Good. How are you this evening? My attendance like you.
It probably trails down a little bit.
I know, it's looking around there.
rain?
I did.
Pretty much up there. After our trip up there, I'm sure housing prices are high, salaries are low.
Good, thanks. Good. It's gotta be all. So I wonder if they just. Then it's not there. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can just plug it back.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, right.
Oh, she said it shows like when they approve it. Then I was thinking,
My mom's
would it
been
be a good idea?
Okay.
It's up to you, but do you want to share the spotlight on the city having her?
mom's father.
Well, if you don't, she's obligated to fill out the spousal paperwork.
Yeah, I hear you. It's just like, it's just like.
I'm not
things I
anxious.
don't want to hear.
Yeah,
people say,
I'm not anxious to do that either, but it's kind of already in the note that she put into the packet. It just wasn't authorized by the state. Yeah, we recognize and we're giving credence to
Yeah,
that.
I hear you. Just didn't want to like.
You know,
Pour salt in the wound wouldn't be good. But
yeah, and then you're going to pull the other one on the license and put
Yeah.
that material into?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's for a fundraiser. They call it, or what was it? It was a fundraiser event or something. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Right, okay. Good. Shit.
Are you wanting to go to MPCA?
Oh,
And by the way, we won't be doing surgery in the neck.
Oh.
So Monday, I haven't documentation yet. I have an appointment for a specialist in Omaha to do something in this area here. shooting.
Oh, paying specialist.
Evidently, if this works, then they can do it, deadening of the nerves,
Oh,
burn them.
I've had that done in my lower back. And
That's,
it lasts for about a year, but it takes a while for it to take effect.
but that's what we're doing next year. I found out Thursday, last week,
What specialist are you gonna say, do you know?
no. Well, they called me this morning and, asked the email address we had was correct. You, I've been waiting all day for the information, haven't seen nothing yet.
Are you interested in MPC? Nebraska Planning and Zoning Association. Yeah, this is more in depth, other sessions. You can't be dry enough to want to stick a needle in your eye unless you're a planner. I haven't said when they just sent the date out today. September 14th, 15th, and 16th. We'll send an agenda. I don't know, they're kind of slow. Oh, Chris, slow.
By the way, thank
We're
you.
jumping right.
Thank you. Both for sending out
There's enough with this.
information. 6 pages.
Well, we won't be covering every page.
Well, I figured you wouldn't do that now.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna do a quick refresh on some of the stuff we've seen.
Sure.
This is just a packet of some of the highlights. Okay. Recommendations. Hopefully, we have this machine and it didn't. So for me, I would want to get rid of that page.
How are you?
How are you?
I heard it was out of town a little bit, so that's.
Yeah, you went for breakfast with the Browns, I guess, you know? Oh, well, thank you. Just start turning the names.
Fixing things up.
Well, thank you. I can't see
See, whoever said they would sit by your name.
you. You know, I could
Really?
switch it around and no one would say anything, you know, so that's all right too.
He's still trying to remember how many do we usually sit back there? Staff usually. On a joint session like this.
Oh, this says. Tyler might sit up here.
I'll pass my book right now.
How are you?
Pretty good.
Good.
We can get print out of the report of the traffic.
Oh, I think they have them sitting there.
That wasn't.
Oh, good.
Oh,
That was.
we can talk to Jennifer. You
Well,
want-
that's right. 'cause that-
Yeah, I don't have
That's good.
My phone work is in there. I mean, I read through it. It's okay.
I heard that.
It was for quite a while.
I can get you one.
Yeah. I'll get one. That's one of the print copies, yeah.
Yeah, I can make those. Turn it on.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit here and scroll through. Well, let's just go over the recommendations here. If it's okay, I'll just print those out tomorrow and get them to you. Is that okay with you, Sally?
Yeah, there's no rush.
Okay. So you want a full copy of the LRTP? Yeah. Okay.
He has all the printers all right away. I just.
I can't read it online.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? I read it online. Yeah, when I write notes, my notes. Are on the pages that are upside down.
I've made a longer shot.
Upstairs, and then
Right, I agree.
I was out on the site this afternoon. Looking at the extensions out. It's not going. It's not sticking out there. Oh. Yeah, why don't you go back to work?
No, you're over here.
She has a great tonight. Yeah, I think it's like right around now until like. The upper left.
So, you know.
Oh.
It's white right. You have to get it. Otherwise, yes.
How about that? Yeah, I know, right?
How we doing? Good. I'm John.
What's that?
We even have a new.
Well, I wore it because it's special. I haven't shaved since we got this problem, so
Well, that's.
I told him I'll shave it up. I'll shave it
I
up
made him
tomorrow.
keep it, he wanted to shave it real bad.
I think I will. I've never had hair in my life.
Well, Bergen, you look as fat as I.
Let's go by the Harvard Cloud.
Anyway, no, today's like shave it off, I'm like, you look good, one time with a goatee, and then you can take it
I
off.
don't wish I said anything, but boy, I tell you what.
What's that? Okay. Heard all about that.
Yeah, this is, I've never had before.
I'm just probably here with my laptop, I only have like 100 hours, so.
Oh,
Boy, I
can hang out with
I'm like,
I better not, if I'm done with work, the meeting is over.
Emergency room. Next thing I know, the ambulance. Got 2 weeks here and 2 weeks out of Legacy. Well, I'll tell you, see what I mess. They got me go there about 5 IVs. They got started a couple of years. Got my heart. I was a mess.
Well, at least you didn't think you'd be doing MC.
What's that?
At least I didn't think you were doing MC. Probably wouldn't.
No, they took me to that. No, I had about 4 doctors. The infection center, they wanted to explain what this is.
No fault.
I don't understand. I didn't know. I never heard of it.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't know where I got it.
Oh.
He said, "This takes a while to
Now that, I was sitting right here.
Get stripped up when I come downstairs, so I go.
Jared was concerned.
Yeah.
Oh.
see you.
Thank you, sir, I'm here. Enjoy it.
Glad you are. Good. How's everybody doing?
So far,
Good, good, good. Hi, Lori. All right, I'll see you. Jennifer?
How are you, Mayor?
Very good, very good.
I was on.
This me? And, Carl? I know, I don't.
Curt's gonna be gone, so-
So I think I showed up. Yeah. Right. James? What's that? Less and less every day.
Okay.
You guys have volunteers?
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yep. They take on. Go back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
You probably don't have to describe that.
Well, it's in the packet, I guess, but I just said it's
We're gonna have a little success.
or anything, but sometimes,
It's all that one situation. Like you said, yeah, this is the first time I've ever done this. That's all you guys need. You'll open up the There you go.
Hello, Sally. You're looking gorgeous as usual.
Yeah, we're.
So are you?
Oh, okay, yep, thank you.
How you doing, sir? A left hand shake even. It's an old green song. Good companies actually talk about song. That's the refrain from the old. It's on the same level as their Rhapsody song.
Wow. But it's such a good statement.
He was okay, now, here we are. Good. I told I just make one less qualified next to work county. Like it up.
Okay, I like that. You should come to every meeting.
Well, they all go back to each individual county. And for their county work, verify. Think we got enough. Well, we were 87,000 on each, we turned in over 90,000 on each. I mean, we'll lose some, but.
That sounds good.
Yeah, well, all we gotta do is give it to the voter, if the voter passes.
Those are the good classes. That's the right extra laugh once or twice.
You ready, Tyler?
Yep.
All right, welcome everyone. We'll go ahead and call the special joint city council and planning commission meeting to order. Time is 5:30. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the back wall of the agendas. First, we'll do roll call for the city council.
Gibson,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Annam,
Yes.
Gerger,
Yes.
Jensen,
Yes.
Sukram.
Yes.
Lakeman.
Here.
Vaughn.
Here.
8 council members present, Mayor.
We'll now do roll call for the planning commission.
Warsaw. Gilson.
Here.
Lathrop. Here. Four Eyes.
Here.
Langholm.
Here.
Sawyer. Carlson.
Here.
Yeager. We have 5 members present.
Okay, item 1 on our agenda, presentation and discussion of the long-range transportation plan. We have Jason Carvey here from HDR, who has been working on our long-range transportation plan as part of our, comprehensive planning process. And so he's getting ready, looks like, for his presentation.
Yep.
And whenever you're ready, Jason, take it away. So,
Well, yeah, I need to get one screen setting ready. I apologize for that. That didn't work, sorry. Sorry, guys. I apologize, everyone. What I did hand out was some of the highlights there of some of the key figures from the recommendations. Want to go to the slides? Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you for your patience. We'll get going. So what we wanted to do really quick was kind of get everybody up to speed. I know we've spoken to you at a few milestones about the transportation plan. What we wanted to do today was do a quick background on some of the stuff you've already kind of heard, just to get you back up to speed to kind of how we got here. I don't want to spend a ton of time on the background information. I'd rather get to some of the draft recommendations that are in the plan. And then should I be standing here for a microphone?
For better audio. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. I've got my. So again, really quick, transportation plan development, how we got here, and then the transportation plan. And then kind of what's in those recommendations. So again, just for that kind of reference point of where we are, doing this in tandem with the comprehensive plan and with the Unified Development Code. We kind of talked about the framework plans last time. working towards getting that document finalized and getting you guys all kind of, up to speed on what's going on, so we can work our way towards adoption. So again, really quick, when we went through a process, and when we do a planning process like this, we always want to have that foundation of what are the community's goals and objectives, and kind of what's guiding all of this. How do we make our decisions as we go through here? And so based on feedback we've received from all of you, from public input and through this whole kind of process, identified some key areas of safety, that accessibility, connectedness, economic development, resiliency. Making sure we're taking care of those assets we have already. We've already invested quite a bit in our transportation system. Let's make sure we keep it working. And then also understanding that, one of the functions of transportation is really, connecting our community, making sure we're trying to limit those negative impacts of transportation that they can have on the community. So we started with kind of a baseline assessment of where we're at today. Looked at, where we've got congestion and safety issues, what kind of bicycle and pedestrian connections do we have? What are the freight conditions out there? And just kind of, what else is going on? So we, again, on a A to F scale, A being, perfect operations, no congestion, F being kind of gridlock, something you might see in Omaha at times during the peak hour. Where do we sit? And you can see on that map, we've got a little bit of level of service D. One of it's there down at the intersection of Luther and Morningside. Oh, sorry, no, Military. And we've got kind of level service D, but that's one of those places that's anticipated to be improved here in the near term. And then also a little bit on Broad and a little bit up on 23rd, just west of Broad. Again, little pockets of level of service D here and there. Nothing that's probably surprising to any of you that you get a little bit of congestion here and there, but probably nothing too bad. Traffic safety, obviously a big push, and a lot of the work that we do on transportation plans nowadays is we call it Vision Zero, working towards 0 deaths, 0 serious injuries. And so part of the plan is going through and identifying where we have the highest incidence of crashes. You can see a lot of it's kind of on 23rd and on Broad Street. And what, as you think about the Southeast bypass opening, how might that divert some traffic off of Broad, and then what, how might these traffic patterns and crash patterns change in the not too distant future. But you can see, again, some of those places with the most traffic is kind of where we start running into the most crashes. Looking at bicycle and pedestrian system connections, this includes a couple of recent projects. You can see we've got, oops, oh, there it is. We've got, some of these newer projects coming online here with Somers. And so those are shown here. But again, you can see we've got lots of connections out on the fringes of the city. We don't have a whole lot going through the city. So I think as you see some of the recommendations in the plan, we're looking at some trail options that kind of try to connect some of that. And freight. So what we did was we looked at some of the data out there for where trucks are generated. You can see it's kind of a heat map of where the freight's generated, not surprisingly. A lot of it's down on the south side of downtown there. I think that probably doesn't surprise anybody. And some of the recommendations we'll talk about towards the end of this, we'll really focus on what are some of the opportunities maybe as we step through this long range plan. What are some of the things we could be doing to kind of make sure we're still providing those great freight connections, but at the same time, making sure we limit the impacts to the neighborhood and to the overall community. And this is also showing some of our current freight routes. And you can see we've got, the downtown area here. And we'll show kind of a recommended freight system here in a few later slides. Future conditions, again, this is long range. So we kind of looked at what's a scenario for growth. Looked at a lot of the patterns and with a 2045 scenario with maybe, with some economic development wins and some momentum for population growth in the community. Looked at growth of population for the study area of about 32,000 today. The study area goes a little bit wider than the city of Fremont limits, but that population could go up to almost 39,000. That's over a 20% increase. And similarly, looked at households and jobs. With this scenario, and again, looked at kind of similar levels of growth. And so that kind of helped us inform where some of those growth areas might be and where we expect traffic to grow. And again, we continue to anticipate some growth on 23rd, with a lot of this growth kind of up in the northeast area here with residential and commercial and some of the industrial growth through here. Used all that information to look at where we think traffic patterns will change and what sort of road improvements might be. Helped us look at, we know what some of our issues today might be, and those are probably some of our shorter term priorities. But as we look longer term, we start seeing where we think growth is going to happen and what sort of transportation projects can really support that. Funding, I'm not going to get into a ton of depth of funding. There's a lot in the draft plan. We looked at local and state sources there. But essentially, we're anticipating that when we talked about that need to maintain our current system, we're anticipating that as the city and the state kind of go down the road, that in the future, we'll anticipate about 85% of the revenues used for transportation will go into just basically maintaining the system that we have. And so what we looked at a financial scenario where we anticipated we have about 15% of new funds to be used on new roads or, trails or, opportunities to make existing roads safer with new turn lanes or capacity improvements. So I got through all that pretty quick, understood, but I think you've seen some of this at least twice before, and some of it last time. What I wanted to get into was some of the LRTP recommendations, and we can kind of walk through this, and this is where you'll see some of these maps where you can kind of read along as we go through. You can see we have looked at basically timeframes from starting kind of this year, looking 5 years out through 2026 for some short-term priorities. Midterm, we're looking at the years 2027 through the year 2035. And then long-term projects looking at the years 2036 through 2045. And so we've got a range of different projects here. And we can kind of flip back and forth between this and the table. The table gives some project details. I can give you some of the highlights as we walk through these. So in the short term, we've got recommendations for a study and potential kind of traffic signal, maybe retiming, looking at some of the traffic signal technology in the 23rd Street corridor, but looking all the way pretty much across the whole community. Again, it's a mature corridor. It's got 4 lanes of traffic through most of it. That should be enough capacity, enough pavement out there to get us through 2045. But what we want to do is make sure we're getting the most out of it. So last time we talked about traffic signal timings and kind of coordinating through that corridor, and just making sure that we're getting the most efficiency and safety we can out of that corridor. Maybe looking at a few turn lanes here and there. Yes, sir.
Isn't that state run? Because it's a highway, and I know we've had issues.
Right.
We've talked about some of the traffic signals there, and our answer is usually it's state run.
It would be state funded. It might be a state study then too. The traffic signals, I'm actually, do you remember if Dave said that they run the signals or the state runs the signals? The state runs the signals. Okay. So this would be probably a joint study in terms of funding and who the recommendations would go to. But obviously with it being a heart of the community, it's a Fremont issue. Yes.
Well, to Mark's question.
Right.
Eventually, when the bypass opens, the state is supposed to cede Highway 77 to
Right.
the city for being an in-town route. That will be ours.
Right.
I'm curious as to why today they haven't ceded Highway 30 already, 23rd Street.
Right.
Because the bypass already goes around.
Right.
And whether it's completed in Columbus, it's either be relevant. Highway 30 goes around the city now,
Right.
effectively, to its western side. So if they cede both of those roads, with the bypass being open, then those would seem to be much more
Right.
manageable to Mark's.
Yeah. And yeah.
And
Sorry.
hopefully that's taken into account in your recommendations as well. If the state gives that up and we control, then we have a lot more flexibility.
Right. Yeah. We've got some recommendations about Broad Street and some of the flexibility that comes with that. With 23rd.
And that includes Old 275 or Bell Street too.
Right. in terms of 23rd Street, right now, I don't have anything about transfer of jurisdiction or we don't have anything in the plan right now. Doesn't mean we couldn't. And while we're talking, I'm going to grab something to make sure I'm taking notes. That being said, the state is often very receptive to communities that want to do transfers of jurisdiction, because what that entails is basically you're taking a street off of their responsibility books. Like they don't need to maintain it anymore. And so you, oh yeah, that's pretty typical where they will make agreements that they will reimburse you for your plows are already out running, every other street. Why don't you take care of it? But in terms of transfer of jurisdiction, that would basically, it would come off of the state system. It would become a city street. And then, for the city, from the city's perspective, the bonus is, hey, I get to control what this street looks like. I can do what I want as a city with it. The downside is then you also take on when it needs resurfacing, when it needs that, those are the responsibilities that go with that. So that had not, the 23rd Street transfer of jurisdiction had not come up to this point. I mean, we can add that as something that would consider more consideration that we should look into if that's something folks were interested in.
How we find out the state's intent on that. Where's the gap?
Yeah,
I remember there's an accident out there a couple years ago when the cars wiped out the brain box for one of the nights. I remember Brian on the radio the next day saying that the city of Fremont doesn't just have them sit around because they're hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they had to borrow one from the state and do some sort of a swap. So I wonder.
Okay.
I don't know how those work. I know how the one worked on 16th Broad, but that was state and over our military. But I remember that the Luther was that accident that wiped out the car went out and ran out and took out the controller. We had to borrow one at that time. That was, I'm pretty sure that's what Brian said on, because they interviewed him on the radio or something the next day. And that's what he said. They had to borrow one from the state until we find it.
I can follow up with Dave and just figure out where that, Dave Hvac, and figure out where that sits in terms of responsibility state versus city. But if it is a state corridor, it's pretty typical to have agreements where the city does the kind of the routine maintenance and gets reimbursed. Major reconstructions. Yeah.
We should put all of those, what we think are state highways today running through the city on the list to inquire as states relinquishing. So it'd be 32, 75, 77 with bypass. You have the option of going around on all of those and making those in terms of the city. We should ask what the state's willing to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple dollars and cents a lot of times when it comes down to those. And, does the trade-off in additional assets that you need to maintain make sense in terms of the freedom it gives you? So. So yeah, highway again, project 11 there, 23rd Street, looking at doing more with what we already have. No major investments, but kind of doing a study, looking at how could we get more out of that. Project 28 there, that is the 23rd and Broad and Yeager, Bell and Yeager. That project would be looking at doing a study just to figure out what needs to be done. It's kind of a difficult, intersection in terms of continuity. We've got the, north leg is kind of predominantly Yeager. It goes into the parking lot at the mall on the north leg of Bell. And then to the south, Yeager functions more of like kind of on a backage road to some of those commercial businesses. And then Bell becomes kind of the major north-south. And so from a safety and operations perspective, it's one of those places in the community that kind of stands out. I know at some point, so I think there was some maintenance that needed to get completed at some point through there. And so we're recommending a study to kind of look at the pros and cons, go through the whole process of, we look at, the trade-offs of safety versus, if there needs to be, some right of way acquisition, things like that. Just get all of the pros and cons with different alternatives through there and just have everybody kind of weigh in and see what the community really thinks is the best path forward.
We studied this numerous times before, and there were no acceptable alternatives.
There's,
In
yeah,
the last budget cycle, the council rejected this $15 million project altogether.
it's not an easy decision anywhere through there. Yeah, it's there. I mean, you guys would have done something by now if there were an easy decision. So is this something that shouldn't be studied anymore, or?
I'm just saying, we've already spent several, studied it numerous times, and you're taking it up Digger Road, which, I know is classified today as a collector street, but it doesn't collect anything for 29th Street with driveways. And
To the north.
it's
Yep.
bring truck traffic back into town rather than move it out to the Beltway. I would argue that's not where we want the truck traffic. Back to Fremont. We want it out of town. If we're contemplating that all over again, those are still important considerations that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, just that kind of outside perspective on it. There's some traffic up to the north. There is, it's feeding a little bit of development to the north. It's on that list of the high crash intersections.
And Lincoln Street is already a collector street that runs north and it gets mentioned out of the part of the sides.
Right.
So if any traffic is probably more heavily traveled than the roadway.
Okay. I'm gonna flip to this page and take some notes on it. I don't know, are there any other thoughts on that as a study? And again, I don't know the extent to how, what's been done on the past in terms of studies. And how this would be different if you feel it's just a repeat of what we've done before.
Well, it's just that as long as Village Inn is a viable entity right there, it's gonna be tough to do anything.
Right.
It's too bad they spent all the time to do remodeling, instead of going down to the old.
Jason, when I
Yeah.
got on the council in 2015, actually Dave brought that up, and I've actually got about 6 different drawings for that intersection at that time
Mhm.
on different options that was thought about,
Yeah.
and we never went forward with any of them.
Okay.
They're roundabout. Yeah, two different styles of roundabout, as a matter of fact, North Village Inn.
Well, not to get into the weeds here. Was it connecting all the different legs of all the different?
Well,
Did
the
it-
North Village Inn would basically be taking Bell Street
Yep.
and into the west side of Village Inn,
Yep.
and then swing it back over to Jaeger
Yep.
and put the roundabout back there.
Right. Okay.
Where the motel got built.
Okay. Yeah.
If you're studying the 23rd Street corridor, we already have plans that there are in the budget that are working on the 22, 23 timeframe that Dave plans on doing streetlight work on 23rd Street already.
Yep.
And that intersection was one, Lincoln intersection was another.
Yep.
And I don't know what kind of studies they've done with those, but I would contend that that intersection as it is today ought to be studied further with regards to traffic light control.
Yeah.
$15 million spent, because I
Right.
think there are solutions there that you can use that intersection more effectively and more safely with traffic lights.
Right.
That you don't really need to straighten the streets out. You can control it. The streets are offset, but you can still control the traffic
Right.
lights. And certainly Lincoln needs to have attention anyway.
Okay.
Because it's a turning lane.
Right.
It's there, and that's a good idea.
Yeah. And we did. Yeah. We noted.
Trying to
Yeah.
marry those two together with traffic light evaluation makes some sense to me.
Yeah.
That'll add up for third. I mean, it's on green so long coming out of the mall, and there's never anybody over there. It's just backing up everybody else. That really should change. Like I think you said, the traffic lights are nothing else. I mean, that's.
Okay. Yeah. So the way we were currently thinking about it was figure out what's going on at Bell and Jaeger, and then do the whole. And I agree. There's opportunities probably to work better with the traffic signals right through there, in addition to everything else in the
And I don't
23rd.
wanna get into the weeds here, but
Yeah.
Because you brought that project up first. first.
Yep.
One of those things that's tied into your list down here that was listed, and I didn't quite understand, you said that Bell Street was scheduled to get a road diet. So if that gets a
Yep.
road diet, are you talking about taking traffic off or certain types of traffic? You're trying to take traffic off of Bell Street? Because if that's the case, then
Yeah.
spending mega millions on an intersection for a reduced traffic street doesn't really fit together either.
Yeah, so you see Project 8 there on in the long term is looking at potentially so again, we can go through this concept of a road diet. We've got a few of these. It's essentially going from 4 lanes to 3 lanes, having a center turn lane. It tends to help with safety. When we get into lower volume 4-lane roads, they tend to operate just as well with 3 lanes. And it's safer because you don't have through traffic conflicting with left turning traffic. And then the left turning traffic's trying to wait through 2 different layers of traffic coming at them. And so we looked for corridors where using kind of thresholds for traffic volumes today and in the future, where there's a good chance a 3-lane would work pretty well. I wouldn't do it without doing a detailed traffic study first,
Let me
but
ask on it,
Yep.
number 8, because
Yep.
I've been out there when school gets out,
Mhm.
example, and picking up a
Right.
grandson or something like
Yep.
that, and between, say, 16th and military, at that time, it gets to be rather busy.
Mhm.
So is that taken into account too, or is it just a total as an average as far as the traffic when you do that?
So
Say that, that's
Yeah.
warranted.
we didn't do a detailed traffic study of during school pickup, but it all tends to balance out with the school pickups being at 3:30,
Okay.
the after work crowd being the 4:30 to 5:30. It tends to fit with these criteria pretty well. Understood that it gets crazy for 5 minutes. Yep.
Here also because there's some shift changes in some of the
Right.
Commercial south of there.
Right.
It actually picks up that flow also.
Yep. Yeah, again, I wouldn't do this without doing detailed study in terms of implementation. This is something we're thinking about for the year, 2038 through 2045. It's probably not one of the highest priorities, but again, it does improve safety if it can provide better traffic operations and safety. And again, when you're by a school, sometimes it's nicer to have a narrower cross section for kids to cross and all that. I know it's kind of, you've got a lot of different uses through there. And so I know it's one of those neighborhoods where it might make sense with Midland kind of nearby and might make sense to look at a narrower cross section of street. But understood with the whole, is Bell the major arterial? And again, when we looked at the traffic forecast, we weren't seeing a ton of growth between now and 2045. We were seeing a little bit. But again, most of the growth was kind of more on the fringes of the community. So we saw some growth in those traffic forecasts, but didn't expect, it wasn't going to double or anything by, 2045 is not our expectation. So, but those are great questions. So I guess we could go through road. Well, go ahead.
Mine's on 3 and 10 on Military Street.
Right.
As much traffic that goes through there, I'm a little
Yep.
hesitant to have it become calming or a road.
Right.
diet. I know I'm not an engineer and I don't know all the specifics, but to me, when you have that much traffic and next thing we're doing a road diet or
Right.
calming, next thing we're going to be getting lots of complaints, and then within a year we're going to end up trying to get back to where it was, and I don't want to spend money like that.
Agreed.
Within a year, have to go back and redo it.
Agreed.
So,
Yeah. And so that one is an opportunity that we put in the midterm. And so I think that would be something where, again, what we see is we see volumes that are kind of in that range where it would work. It would be busy as a 3-lane, but it would have to be that decision of, okay, is it worth it for the safety? We've got some driveways, we've got, every block we've got a curb cut. So we do have some left turning traffic through there. There's a lot of folks going straight through too, though. And so you would definitely want that to be something you'd study. I would study that one pretty good. We've got a long-term that if we aren't showing it on here, but even Broad Street potentially in the long term, if the bypass does what it's supposed to do and gets a lot of the through traffic off of there, Broad Street might be an opportunity for something like that as well. Again, it's that trade-off between, do we want to get between point A and point B as fast as we can, or do, you know, I got to live by this corridor? Do I, I got to cross this corridor? Do I, you know, how safe, how, you know, how accommodating to my house being right in front of it? Do we, you know, do we need to be? So it's all trade-offs. And I admit we've got some kind of rules of thumb, like I wouldn't do it on 23rd Street, just based on what I've seen, that wouldn't work. But there's a chance that, yeah, military is a little busier than Bell. So, no, it's a great question.
As a part of Mark's question and your discussion
Mhm.
with military at Luther,
Yep.
Does that also include potentially traffic light controls there instead of stop sign forward? Because during peak hours of school, back and forth,
Yeah.
that street's backed up, or it could be, I've seen it backed up a couple of times.
And actually, I noticed,
Stop and go, rather than everybody just goes through and you move 15 or 20 cars.
right.
You have to move one at a time and nobody seems to know who's.
So project 24 is actually a 3-lane widening, and that might include also a traffic signal at Luther. So that's a little section where it narrows down to 2 lanes there for a little while. You've got kind of 3 lanes, and then you get into 3 lanes and you get into the 4 lanes. That would kind of connect up the 3 lanes all the way consistently through. And so at that point, yeah, there's probably a decent chance you would go to something like a traffic signal.
So when you talk the diet.
Yep.
That center lane all the way through.
Yep.
Is a turn lane?
Correct. It would be a continuous center turn lane. Yep.
I found that Fremont does not know how to use that turn lane. I was right down the other day.
Which corridor?
On military.
On military?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, so you do run into some issues on commercial corridors with a lot of driveways where there's somebody, you know, every 100 feet or 50 feet, somebody's turning, and then you get into that whole dilemma of, okay, there's somebody's turning left going this way. And on the part of military we're talking about, there should be less of that on the 4-lane, because it tends to be just residential. So there's not 100 people an hour that want to go in somewhere. And it's that street grid of every block. Should be less. There's always incidents, and yeah, it is a little nerve-wracking when you get in some of those corridors with lots of driveways. Yeah, at the same time, it's kind of hard. If it were a 4-lane, it'd be kind of hard to turn across 2 lanes of traffic sometimes too. Mhm.
And I mean, during school, it's just very busy.
Right, it goes through.
Basically, people know kind of who's going to be turned left. And
Yeah.
then only to-
Well, and we, you know, again, we look at I'm going to go back a little ways. Whoops, nope, I'm going the wrong direction. We looked at our crashes, and there's not a ton on, you know, we've got the 6th and 7th highest ones on military through there at Broad, and then over at Clarkson. Thank you. I was having a hard time reading
I
that
want
from
to
here.
interject something on military. It's really difficult to walk across
Yeah.
military right now. I'll take my car to Jensen Tire, and it's very difficult. Cars don't stop for pedestrians. On military, going across streets.
We didn't used to have that problem. We actually had a light over here, a signal.
You know, as we've looked at, this ties in with the comp plan,
Mhm.
and as some of the goals of the comp plan was to increase safety, particularly
Right.
in pedestrian orientation to the downtown, and try and connect downtown to the north. So there's multiple things that go into
Right.
the recommendation, not just the amount of traffic is an important consideration, but those other goals tie into it as well. And certainly, you know, just doing a study, that's a little bit of the background, but maybe have some phone outs, so it's easier to
Right.
cross military. We want some bike lanes on the military. Don't know the answer, that's why
Right.
it's recommended for study is something that could possibly.
And that's a good point, Jennifer. One thing that you could get, again, if you think about the cross section out there today of being 4 lanes, it's probably about 48 feet wide. A 3-lane would go to about 36 feet wide. You could take that extra 12 feet. You could do at least one side of on-street parking with something like that. You could then at intersections like Jennifer was talking about, you would do what we call bump outs, and you'd basically bring the curbs a little closer. So you'd have, you know, you could have, say, the whole 48 feet there for like, parking on street, but then you would get rid of that on-street parking for like one space, bring those curbs closer together to make it basically, the pedestrians out, you know, kind of out closer to where traffic is, and they can see the pedestrians, and then B, they've got 12 less feet of pavement to cross. And so it's safer, more visible. Again, understanding that there are times of the day when it gets busy on Military. I've seen, I mean, I drove in at 4:30 and it was, you know, there was a decent amount of traffic out there today, even without school. So,
There is a point close to the downtown area where you might want to cross Military on T Street, you know, that's not that far removed from. But I have to wonder whether or not bump outs is an answer, or whether or not not traffic stops, but crossway lights or pedestrian crossing lights that aren't in full use, but if they don't work on a nonstop basis, they only work with
Right.
traffic.
right.
And I wanted to ask this question in general. about
Yep.
those.
Yep.
Are you in favor of those crosswalk things being on the corners or located off the corner? And what is the rationale when it's located off the corner where people typically aren't used to them and they move?
So so what you can do at a signalized intersection, you usually just do kind of a marked crosswalk, because you've got your when it's green going this way, you walk with traffic.
But we have some of those on 23rd
Right.
Street where people have been hit trying to cross 23rd because it's not at an intersection. It's
Right.
a separate, you know, we have some of those down in our school districts too.
Yeah.
They're not on the corner.
So we tend to put pedestrian crossings with we'd call them, well, there's a few different kinds, but basically with the flashing beacons to warn drivers that somebody's going to cross. Those tend to not be part of a traditional traffic signal anymore. They tend to be kind of RRFB, rapid flashing beacons, basically. They can be anywhere where there's a sufficient space between signalized intersections. So you might say, oh, I've got, you know, a third of a mile between two signals where nobody can cross. We've got a lot of pedestrian activity. I'm going to make the investment in putting some of this right there. And so honestly, at that point, I guess you'd have to look at all the guidance and all that, and look at, it depends on what corridor. If, I mean, like in Military, where we've got something every block, you might put it the half block, just so turning traffic didn't turn right into a pedestrian. But
I'm asking that in particular because I have some issues on First Street.
Okay.
Two schools.
Yep.
One on Grant Street,
Right.
one on Howard.
Yep.
And today they have crosswalks that are not on the corner. So they may allow traffic to go north and south across First Street.
Right.
They don't do anything to allow students and or adults to cross those intersections for turning buses and turning traffic or parents dropping off their
Right.
kids because they're not on the corner.
Right.
So you're at your own risk, student-wise or adult-wise, crossing those intersections if you're going east-west.
Right.
Rather than north-south, which is like.
Right.
But if that's the corner, you can clear the intersection.
Right.
So
And
I just wanted to ask that.
There's, yeah, and with the with the newer treatments, it's, yeah, I think there's a little bit more flexibility, but it really depends. No, that's all right. I mean, it corridor by corridor, it can really change. And again, if you're talking about the patterns that matter and all that too. But and actually on the topic of First Street, we did identify some corridors for calming. And we've got First Street and we've got Broad Street kind of right there near downtown. Just looking for opportunities to kind of narrow the street up in a few places. Again, with First Street, we've got 2 lanes of traffic and on-street parking, but there might be some opportunities to kind of narrow that up with some bump outs and make it more visible for folks to see pedestrians and things like that. Yes, sir.
You're answering my question because I looked at that project number ID is number 2.
Right.
Calming on First Street. I
Yep.
was going to ask, what do you mean by calming?
Right. And you'll see we also have bike and pedestrian kind of sister brother projects on those that basically it's the same project. It has twofold effect of it slows traffic down in a residential neighborhood, but it also makes it safer for people to cross. So no, good questions. And so Broad Street, again, it would be some potential for, not narrowing up the street as much as, adding some crosswalks, making it a little bit more visible, kind of by the auditorium and kind of in that south end of the corridor near Military. just looking for those types of opportunities. Because again, one of those things that came out of some of the meetings were just some of the safety concerns with Broad. And then long-term, we do make a note in our recommendations when we get there that we're looking at the potential, again, long-term, maybe that would be a good corridor to narrow down as well to 3 lanes. But you'd want to see what happens with bypass traffic and how much traffic that really removes.
People on first petition the council a while back with 100 signatures. So it's doing something to improve student safety and reduce the speed limit. People are traveling 40 or 45 miles an hour on the street on a regular basis. And they were flying by radar guns. So,
Okay.
and it wasn't just cars, it was trucks.
Right.
Trucks.
Right.
You can't stop the wind at that.
Right. I want to keep moving because I know we've got about 20 more minutes. I will move on to other project types. We've got a lot of growth anticipated again up in this quadrant. We've got kind of a street network we're building out to kind of support that. Kind of a collection of mostly collector type streets to support that. We did, based on the discussions at the framework meeting, when we presented that, we did talk about the concept of once 30 is, kind of off alignment up here going straight east-west. And this is then kind of more of a local street. Can we kind of connect to that old US 30 there out of this neighborhood? And so with the concept of that kind of connection, we weren't sure exactly where it was going to be. So we kind of just put a circle on the map because that's kind of a longer term deal. We got to see what happens with 30. Yep. Yeah, it could be something like that. It could be something that, kind of comes in at a little bit of an angle and tees in kind of directly that, you could kind of reorient a few of these streets too. So you didn't have kind of the offset T intersections like that. But again, something for the long term. We do have a couple of vision projects we did talk about. Again, this is probably a ways off in the future, but a new interchange maybe up at Luther. Again, long term when that starts building out. The roads to support the inland port here, obviously. Yeah, and then we've got the truck routes. The idea is to figure out how to get trucks kind of out of the downtown area on Main and Cloverly, get them down to the bypass and see if we can do something about downtown and kind of restricting trucks downtown to just local deliveries if we can.
Would you explain what you're doing?
Yeah, the idea was this was a calming. So this would be just opportunities to slow traffic down and improve pedestrian crossings and things like that. People talk about traffic going through there pretty fast. So that would be trying to, avoid it as much as possible. Yeah, that's a. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
That would be nice to get that traffic off.
Right. Okay. I do want to make sure we can talk briefly about bicycle and pedestrian. We can talk about it more. I wanted. Yep.
Is there any talk about 32nd Street completion between Luther Road back over toward the acre?
Whoops. Hold on. Sorry, I'm going backwards. Right through here.
Yeah, in that quadrant.
I thought we had I thought something was already getting done there in the
In the 1 and 6.
Yeah, didn't we have a project in the 1 and 6 that was kind of fixing some of that connection? If not, I'll make sure we get it in here.
Okay.
Yeah, and we might have been building off an older version of the 1 and 6 potentially.
Yeah, if you can check that
I'll just
out.
make sure we've got it because that if it's not there, it's unintentional.
It was there when we discussed budgets, but we swapped it out for some other work first.
Okay.
As being a priority over doing that project on 32nd Street.
Okay.
Because we don't own the property on both sides of that road.
Okay.
But that's complete all the way from Luther to the acre.
We would probably assume, we'd probably make sure with all this growth, we get it at least to the lake. Yeah. Bicycle and pedestrian, I think not a whole lot's changed on this. We do have a couple of these projects that are, getting built now with this trail. We did have a project get added kind of as a thought. Somebody brought up at the public meeting, talked about wanting a trail kind of along the old military out towards the lakes, getting that kind of recreational type. We did also include, this would be outside the city, obviously, but the extension of the Fever Trail, potentially being kind of that vision project, whose responsibility that is, probably wouldn't be the city's, but, and then, we've got a lot of kind of side paths and trails. Again, I think we talked about this last time, but the idea was to take those existing connections that we're showing there in brown and really kind of connecting through the city. Looking, can we do a trail along military? Can we, build off of the Fever Trail here to kind of connect into this northeast growth area? Things like that. I'm going to make sure really quick I can get to the recommendations. And where you can see in the report, we've got future functional classification, future truck routes. One of the things, again, that we've got here with these future truck routes is these new truck routes kind of coming out of this industrial area on Main and on Cloverleaf, trying to get truck traffic down to the southeast bypass. Again, recognizing we got to, have efficient freight flow. It's really important to the community, but trying to come up with what kind of opportunities can we have to stop truck traffic from going through downtown, kind of reinforcing that vision for downtown that's coming out of the comp plan and the downtown sub area study. But I do want to talk about additional recommendations. And so, yeah, we talked about this Bell and Yeager. Again, maybe what it does is it's part of this broader 23rd Street corridor study. And we, kind of look at if there's signal timings and things like that, that we can, do with the plan to kind of not only work at this intersection to make 23rd Street more efficient and safe kind of throughout the corridor.
Are you going to make those recommendations or suggest that goes to a study consultant?
Yeah, no, that would be a much more in-depth study with the signal timings and all that. Yeah. That would be up to the city to decide who would do that. Yeah, no, that would be a separate contract. Yeah. We did at the last meetings, and I think this came up also at our public meeting up at Judy and at current US 77 Broad Street. There were kind of some site distance concerns as folks came kind of over that viaduct and down and coming out of those neighborhoods up on the northwest side. So a potential kind of smaller study to kind of look at what our options are. I know somebody threw out some potential improvement options, and again, there's not any easy solutions, but we would want to maybe look at, is it something where we could slow traffic down a little bit on Broad once that's not a state route? There's some potential options there. So I think a little bit more detailed study would make sense there.
What's your analysis? That's a problem. That's coming over the visual for Judy Drive.
It's, yeah.
Is there a similar visual problem with regards to Broad Street or Fourth Street coming out south?
Oh, that one hasn't come up yet, but I mean, we can look at that really quick, see if that needs to be added to that list too. Yeah, that one hadn't come up, but I do kind of see what you're talking about when you, in fact, I think one of the pictures, I think, right. Yep, and they're kind of gaining a little speed, and we've got some heavy freight that can be, right. It's, yeah.
Is the speed limit.
Right.
Going north of town, I've been out there, people pass me.
Well, I understand. It's
60 miles an hour.
Right.
Definitely a different speed.
That being said, I mean, that coming off that bridge, I bet you folks gain a little bit of speed coming over that, even at the south end of Broad there. Okay, really quick. Want to make sure we get through these freight strategy opportunities here. Wanted to make sure we, I think it'll be really telling to see what happens when the southeast bypass opens and gets kind of established. What does Broad Street look like? What do truck patterns look like? Through downtown, things like that. I think it's important to kind of look at constructing those 2 truck routes, Cloverly and Main Street can, we've got all that development, all that industrial development right there on the south side of downtown. Can we give them an improved, more direct route to get to the southeast bypass and encourage more traffic to, go to the south to go get around and outside of Fremont? Downtown Fremont strategies, 2 things here. We talked about a 1-way to 2-way conversion. Clearly traffic wise, it works. I did hear an interesting factoid that I think that was originally done for deliveries. So folks could park in one lane and then pass in the other. So I think what we'd need to do is make sure we did kind of we call them kind of curb management, but can you figure out how to time deliveries and on-street parking and things like that to kind of do that efficiently? And so we could go to a 2-way conversion, which will make it much easier to get around downtown, to get to businesses. It'll be friendlier for folks that are walking around downtown too, because when it's 2-way traffic, they're less encouraged to speed. And then can we just restrict trucks to just local deliveries at that point? Clearly the businesses down there will still need some freight deliveries, but we, want to keep, again, emphasizing the function of downtown is not to be a through truck route. So look at those opportunities. I did touch on this, but Broad Street, again, this might be a little bit longer term, but as we see how all these different changes kind of pan out, does Broad Street become more of just a kind of a local arterial street? And, can we consider some, go beyond that traffic calming we've got in the plan? And can we look at some lane reductions or more widespread pedestrian enhancements, things like that?
We looked at the possibility of traffic reduction.
Right.
Did you look back in history to see what the opening of the 275 bypass did to old 275 coming up Bell Street? Because I would think that after that opened up, there was a significant truck traffic reduction.
Oh, I would assume you're right. Right.
And so as you bring in the Beltway and these other
Right.
alternatives, taking you ought to experience the same kind of one, I would think, on Broad Street.
Well, and so, if you look at, so we kind of did some investigation of kind of what we estimated travel times would be. So let's say you're going from, south of the river up towards Norfolk on 77 275. If you look at travel times going around versus through, they're going to be pretty similar. And so can we make the southeast bypass attractive enough? And then if it starts drawing traffic, and then it's transferred over to the city, can we slow traffic down even more, calm it down, make it more of a local? Yeah. So because right now, if you look at kind of what we estimate the speeds will be on the new connection versus kind of a reasonable, we kind of looked at Google during peak hour and, you got to stop at signals and things like that. It's kind of break even. So, so that's why it's kind of monitor and see. The 275 might've been a different deal because it was a big difference to be able to swing out and go 70 around town in kind of the same straight line. Again, it's not diagonal like it was before, but it's right. If you're not local, that might be a little bit more of a slam dunk to get on the bypass for that movement. So, right. Right. Well, and yeah, trucks don't like to stop. So, so we could really quick spend a little bit more time on bicycle and pedestrian or any other general questions.
Hey, Jason, I just
Yeah.
have a comment.
Yep.
Let me go back to the pedestrian. When I look at this plan, I kind of see one thing the community's gonna have to essentially decide is, military, right?
Right.
So you're recommending a road diet. And then on this plan, you're recommending that it's a bike path as well.
Yep.
Right?
Right.
So I know on previous plans, we've had 16th Street or 19th Street.
Right.
Getting bikes across town. So this plan, really is focusing in on military as the option to get across town for pedestrian, for bicycle, for So that road diet is in your plan, in this plan, what the city's gonna have to decide is,
Right.
are we willing to do the road diet for the additional benefits that you said?
Right.
And so I think that to me is one of the big things on the plan. And then the other thing is what we can't ignore is the safety along 23rd Street. I mean, we're having majority of our accidents. And obviously, one of our goals as a city is to maintain the safest possible.
Right.
roads that we can. So, you know, we can't ignore the problems we have up there. And, you know, and I think that's one of my concerns as well.
Yeah.
And however we do that, if that's signals or if that's whatever we can do to help the safety of our 23rd
Right.
Street, because that traffic is only going to increase.
Right.
And so.
And we did anticipate that would be one of the probably faster growing corridors, again, just because of all that growth that we anticipate just north of there. So yeah, no, that's well heated. There are, yeah, and I think part of that study would be looking at some safety options. And we talked about, you know, Luther to the north and whether you need a protected left turn signal there, or sorry, Lincoln to the north. And yeah, so different. Yeah, I think the safety would be part of that study for sure. So that's, yeah. And then we do anticipate that, you know, I know we've got kind of an idea that 19th Street would be kind of an on-street type of route potentially here in the near future with the capital
So is that in the
program.
plan? Is that in this plan?
That's actually anticipated to be in the 1 and 6 year right now. Yeah, so we're showing it on this map.
Shared road?
Yeah,
Okay, I didn't see.
It's on yours.
Yeah.
yeah, I made that last. You guys got yeah. I made this last minute. I missed that one. Sorry, guys.
So with regards to 19th Street, as an example, but others that you might be
Right.
suggesting that might be using bike lanes in the street in order to provide the bike lanes. Some of them, 19th Street, for example, is this actually come up when it comes to
Right.
public and community meetings with regards to when you do that.
Right.
You narrow the streets and effectively take parking
Mhm.
off of one side of the street. If
Oh,
we
you're right
already
on.
have restricted parking on that street already, will it be on
Right.
that side, or will you be restricting parking where there's no parking on either side of 19th Street? That's who the residents would have to.
We were talking about 19th particularly.
I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah, so
Bike path is gonna be in the street there, or
Yeah.
Summers, east.
I don't think it's and I need to go back and verify this again. This is what was in the 1 and 6 year. I don't think that one was anticipated to be a striped bike lane. I think it was just kind of a share the road concept it was a slower street.
We do have the military by calling it narrowing the street or whatever. Instead of having 4 lanes, it was
Right.
anticipated years ago, we're gonna have 3 lanes, but we'll bump out bike lanes.
Yep.
Then you'll have no parking on either side of that street.
Yeah, we have not anticipated, and I'm trying to make sure, I don't think we've got any striped bike lanes anticipated in this. Some communities, that's what we do. It wasn't something that seemed to be at the top of the list here locally. These are all assumed to be trails or what we'd call side paths. Would be,
For a while, we were
yeah.
talking about wider sidewalks.
Yeah.
Military, and so those were shared bicycle.
Yeah.
Like it is out to the school.
and that would be like a wide sidewalk. Yeah, right. That's kind of what we're thinking. That's kind of what we're thinking on military would be something like that. So. Any other questions?
Are you looking at wide zones on the railroad property?
Right, actually, that was the last. I know the city is starting to look at that, and I think that's kind of part of that strategy too, is adding quiet zones into that kind of freight strategy. I know there's something currently in the 1 and 6 year for quiet zones, so yeah, definitely building on that.
But we're more on the.
Yeah. Yeah, yep, yeah,
Connection, in the military there, to the west, to the vision project. Out in the lakes area.
Oh.
Connection there. Maybe it's part of vision, right?
yeah, so here. Right here.
Yeah.
Actually, I think there's a section of trail right there that I'm not showing on this map. I think that was a late addition. Dave Hvac can let me know that one, and that's not on this map, but I'll get it on there. I think there's a trail between, is this Ridge Road? And
That exists.
yeah, yep. So, but yeah, we'll make sure it gets shown that way. But yeah, no good. The important thing is that they are continuous. They get you from point A to point B and don't drop you right off. So it's very good. Very good question.
All right, very good. Well, I want to thank Jason and HDR for their work on this, and as we continue our long range transportation plan, appreciate all your help on this.
Yeah, thank you all. Appreciate it.
I'll take a motion to adjourn. Go ahead, Tyler, whenever you're ready.
Gibson?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yep.
Piano?
Yes.
Yerger? Yes. Jensen?
Yes.
Sukram? Yes. Livia?
Yes.
Vaughn?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0 here.
Motion to adjourn the planning commission.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Wilson,
Yes.
Labor,
Yes.
Russ.
Aye.
Randall,
Yes.
Carlson.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Thanks, everyone.
Feel the same?
Hard to keep us all.
I know, well, and I think intersection.
Yes. Yep. We're gonna get ready to start. Okay, the time is 6:31. From now until 7 o'clock, we have open public comment. So it gives any member of the public an opportunity to speak on any item that's not on the agenda for up to 5 minutes. So if you do want to speak, I believe Tyler has the sign-in sheet. Tyler, it's sitting over there by the comment cards. Please sign in. As well as there's comment cards in the back. And we'll have it up until 7 o'clock. Barb, go ahead if you're ready.
I leave this up or close it?
Leave it up.
Okay. Okay, my name is Barb Bushy. My address is 2037 East First. There's an old saying, curiosity killed the cat and spoiled all the fun. If that's so, there'll be a lot of dead cats. But I plan on living for quite a while. I miss meetings the last 2 or 3 years that I've been out of town. And I've heard a question asked numerous times, and I would just, oh, sorry. And I would just like to ask this. It's in regards to the tech park. I, among others, would like to know of the price of individual lots and how much, each person, and I understand that they are all put into the general fund, but I think for transparency, it would be nice if we could find out what each lot was and how much was actually deposited. Fremont has invested a lot of money into the tech park, and hopefully we'll get it back eventually. We'd like to, Fremonters, and I'm saying myself and others that have asked me, because they know I come to city council meetings and they ask me what we talk about. So that's why I say Fremonters, besides myself, would like to have a clearer accounting of individual deposits. And there's another old saying, don't cry over spilt milk. There may or may not have been tears shed in the past, but there's been a lot of disappointment in the actions of the past city administrator for his lack of transparency. And I think we're doing better now, but still, I think there's room for improvement. And on a little different subject, Brad, First Street is, like you said, it is unreal. And I see people go up 55, 60 miles an hour on that street. I see dump trucks flying on that street. I live on First and have for 43 years. That's a long time. We put a sidewalk in right away. Some kids still walk out in that street. It's better now, but there are a lot of kids going out to Johnson Crossing on bikes. They're walking out there on bikes. And I don't know how you could correct that. A stoplight to me does sound like a good idea, because then they're going to have to stop. Where you're going to put it, I don't know. I realize that just off of Howard, but about 15 feet, there is a crossing light that kids can use. But I've seen that ran through many times too. But that's all I have to say.
Larry Marvin.
Good evening. My name is Larry Marvin at 635 North Main Street. And I'm here to issue you a pink slip to let you know that we probably don't need your service. This is your pink slip to let you know that your services are no longer needed. You violated your agreement to switch the utilities into my name so that the water pipes would not freeze up and break and cause hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars in repair and cleanup costs. You shut off the electricity to my tenant's cafe and wasted my time to troubleshoot the problem. And of course, you destroyed the noon hour lunch business for preparation for the food for that cafe. Very funny. I consider this to be racist behavior and unacceptable. So you are fired without pay. By the way, after you violated the agreement between us, you are no longer selling us electricity. You continue to collect your pay from the Department of Utilities. And I think this building is paid for with a lot of the utilities. I say no work, no pay. So you dipped into the till and you took your pay, which I feel is a form of fraud. One, you violated our agreement. You destroyed the noon hour lunch of my tenant. You continued to bill the city utility department for your pay for all those of you that were doing this unacceptable behavior. Your betrayal is unacceptable. Also, the city council needs to review our city racial discrimination ordinance, rules and regulations. I do have other things to do than supervise my city elected officials and our employees. Thank you for listening, and I expect all of you to cooperate and get my agreement reinstated immediately. And I haven't heard from any one of you. I think 6 weeks ago, I came over and passed out the same thing. But I really want that agreement that if my tenant does not pay, that you switch it to me so I don't have the water pipes freeze up and cause damage. And if I'm out of town on vacation or something, I would expect you and the department to reimburse me for cleanup and damages. And so it's a simple thing. I've had it for years. I used to live in West Point, and so it was very, very necessary. And now I'm here and I can keep tabs on it closer, but I still want that because I'm not watching it 24 hours a day. And your city Department of Utilities gave me a form, when I came over to complain about this, and it's a Snoop sheet that they can talk with me. I don't want to talk about whether they paid or not. I just want it simple, like it's been for 40 years or whatever it's been, that if they don't pay, you switch it to and I start paying new. They have their deposit, that you collect on that. But once you shut them off, instead of shutting it off, you just switch the billing over to Marvin Realty or Larry Marvin or Lawrence Marvin. You just switch it to me like we've been doing for 40 years. And that's what I want you to do. And someone said I should come and talk to Jeff Shanahan on the second floor, but I think what he will do is just give me lip service and say, well, the council approved of it. And so the buck stops here with you people. You're changing these rules and you don't even listen. And I was here 6 weeks ago when you had a meeting with the planning, and tonight, and I never heard you once ask any of the public if they had an opinion or comment. So you're not really listening to the people, in my opinion. So you need to be listening and paying attention to what the people are saying. And so I have a copy, if you would accept it to your records. I have a copy for each of you.
You can. We can't receive any into the record in this session, but you can leave them up here and we can grab them on the way out.
Leave it at the attorneys?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. There's been a few topics that have been discussed since budget times up to this point, but nothing's been brought back to the council. One of them of special interest to me are the SAFER grants and FEMA's assistance to firefighter grants. The deadline for the 2022 application was February 4th, and we have not been told, the city citizens, and the council has not broached it, if there's been any awarded to Fremont. I'd like to know if we've received any of the SAFER grants or if we've received any of the FEMA AFG grants. That money was hinged on Fremont's ability to add sufficient personnel to man our city better. because we all know, and I've seen the statistics on the increase in calls. Tonight, earlier, you had a special meeting and you discussed safety. Safety should be your priority. Turning signals on 23rd lacking at the Lincoln intersection has caused horrific crashes. The Luther intersection needs help, but we also need help for those responding to those calls, both at the fire and emergent level and also at the police level. I haven't heard that addressed since the budget talks. We had a lot of interesting discussion. Everybody was on board, but since then, nothing's been said. There's a report by your fire chief that was given on the volume of call increase. And there's also a long-term study with the fire department. It supports the need for expansion. It supports the need for additional personnel. Something else that hasn't been brought back to the public is where's the lawsuit with Dodge County Humane Society? We know that's gone through court. It's been back and forth. There's been no status update to the public given. Whether or not that's been discussed in executive session isn't the issue. We talk about transparency. Several of you ran on that platform of transparency. I'd like to know where that transparency is because it seems to be lacking. There's initial discussion, some heated discussion, some short debates, but then nothing. Nothing's been produced since. So I guess along the same line, you hired a law firm to handle city prosecutions. You're running over 4,000 a month, that's fine. But what's been brought back to the table? It's not showing in your reports on that income or what's happening on the status of those that are going through the court system. What has the city brought back and put in its general fund from those fines and some of those costs? Are we recouping any of them? For a long time, it was handled by the Dodge County Attorney's Office. We didn't know what we brought in from that either. And now we have our own city attorney person to a law firm hiring that. There's been nothing brought back to the status through the council for the public to have any knowledge of it. And the last bone of contention, those of you running for office to retain seats, new seats, et cetera, your signs have to come down after the primary, and they can't go up until 30 days before the general. There seems to be a few of your signs that are still laying out in the weeds, the bypass area of Fremont coming off Morningside. And a few of the neighborhoods still have some of the election signs up. So if they're yours, please have them taken down. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, welcome everybody. Before we begin, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll go ahead and open up the City Council regular meeting. The time is 7 o'clock. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Please vote for roll call. Eight council members are present, Mayor.
Okay, next on the agenda is a motion to adopt the current agenda. Councilman Gibson,
So moved.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Next, we have mayor's comments. First, I'd just like to make the public aware of a couple of surveys that we're wanting your comments from. Number one is our creative district survey. We have had a lot of folks, a lot of organizations working on establishing a creative district downtown and throughout the city. And we are looking for your input. And so there is a survey on the city's website as well as a Facebook page. It just goes through your goals for the city and what your thoughts are. So again, we encourage you to go complete that survey, as well as there's a survey in regards to the water department and a cross connection survey that will be sent out in our utility bills for July. So again, we want your thoughts and please take some time and fill out both of those surveys. I know Angie Olson, our grant coordinator, will be bringing forward next meeting an update on the creative districts. It's really exciting development going on and a great collaboration between a lot of folks. Next thing I'd like just to bring attention to the public in regards to, we're going to have a lot of street repair projects going on over the next few months. Number one, we're going to have our Rawhide Trail project. So the anticipated start date is August 15th, and they anticipate 55 days, working days to complete that. We'll have our 2022 pavement rehab, which the city doubled the amount of money going into our concrete rehab and street repair. That anticipated start date is next week, August, and will be completed in mid-November. So they'll be going through a lot of different parts of our city, doing concrete rehab. We'll have our 16th Street overlay. That start date again is scheduled for next week, 1st of August, and their completion date is September 15th. Clarkson Street overlay as well is on schedule for a completion date mid-November. And then we continue to work on 29th Street as well as the intersections up at the Fremont Tech Park. So again, just want to make the public aware there will be a lot of work on our streets. Thank you for your patience as we make needed repairs to our infrastructure. Next, I would like to recognize our service awards for June and July. We have 4 tonight. First is Kevin Daniels, 5 years of service. Kevin has been serving as the gas system worker welder since his hire in 2017. So thank you, Kevin. Jerry Nordby, 10 years of service. Jerry Nordbo has been a maintenance worker with the Parks and Recreation Department since 2012. And we have with us today Terry Luthi, 15 years of service. Terry was hired in 2007 as a full-time police officer. And in 2012, Terry changed careers. And while he remained in the public safety industry, he transferred to the Fremont Fire Department as a firefighter EMT. And in 2018, Terry obtained his paramedic license. And last month, he was promoted to fire lieutenant. So Lieutenant Luthi, come up and accept your 15 years of service. And then our final service award for tonight is Sergeant Curt Pafford, 25 years of service. Curt was hired in 1997 as a full-time police officer and provided law enforcement services both in patrol and on the drug task force. In 2014, Curt was promoted to police sergeant in the patrol division. This year, Curt was assigned as the sergeant for the detective bureau. Please come up, Sergeant Pafford, accept your award for 25 years of service to the city of Fremont. On that note, I would like to recognize the outstanding service of our whole police department, including Chief Elliott, who initiated our first of its kind active shooter training on July 21st this week at the Fremont Middle School. This was, again, truly a collaborative effort between our police department, Dodge County, the Nebraska State Patrol, the Fremont Fire Department, our dispatch. And again, they, God forbid anything like that happened in Fremont, but it was quite an undertaking by all those departments to come together and work together in that regard. And again, a one of its kind drill that we conducted. To quote Mark Shepard, who's our superintendent of public schools, he said this about the event. He said, "It's amazing to me the way our community continues to come together," Shepard said. "We had a flood in 2019. We had a pandemic. All of these opportunities are for people to finger point, and that doesn't happen in Fremont. People come together. We identify a plan, we put it together, and then we use it." And I just think that's so appropriate for the collaboration that we saw, especially amount of effort and preparation that it took to put a drill like that on. So thank you to Chief Elliott in our police department. All right, moving on to item number 2, resolution 2022-108, recommending approval of a class 1 liquor license application of Buck's Axe Throwing LLC, doing business as Buck's Axe Throwing at 550 North Main Street.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have this item. This item was continued from our July 12th meeting. We'll have a public hearing. I didn't receive any additional documentation with regards to this item, and so I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for staff? Okay. Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing.
Hello, I'm Deanne Fetty, representing Buck's Axe Throwing at 550 North Main Street. 2 weeks ago, we did meet on this issue for approval of our liquor license. And due to some dispute on the lease and the occupancy of the space, you made the decision to postpone your decisions until this meeting. And you had given an indication that the state Nebraska Liquor Commission would most likely just go ahead and approve something if they didn't get a response from the council, either approved or disapproved. Since it's not disapproved, they may go ahead and just process it after the 45 days. Well, I contacted the Nebraska State Liquor Commission, explained the situation that was going on, and asked if that was in fact going to be the case. The response I got was that without a response from the Fremont City Council, it must go to the director for final approval. And she even indicated in her response that nothing is automatic. So just to make sure that we could possibly move forward on this, I wanted to bring it to your attention again. The only difficulty in this is the occupancy. I know Chris Becker indicated that he had a lease from November to November of 21 to 22, where in fact the lease was terminated by KOW Properties in April of this year, and a new lease written effective June 1, 22 to June 1, 23 for Hvac's axe throwing. And it was brought up that Mr. Becker was denied access to the location because he had personal property there. I will tell you that we invited him to come and have the discussion at the location. What is his personal property there? How do we get this resolved? And he refused to come over. To my knowledge, the only personal property in there is a 12-foot ladder. He may certainly come and get it. It in no way hinders his liability by having a piece of equipment there. Yes, he has paid some expenses when it was that axe throwing place. And his complaint that he has filed is a means of getting that reimbursement for those items, plus more monies. I'm not sure for what, but we have a meeting tomorrow with legal counsel and this will be resolved. If you've noticed on the street, signing is up on the building. It says Hvac's axe throwing. We've got a few more items to install in there and then we're ready to go. We are in a position to make a settlement with Mr. Becker to reimburse all or part of what he's put into that, but that's going forward with, again, our legal meetings tomorrow. He told 3 people that he did not want to be a part of this operation. He told his prior business partner, he told me, he told the owner of the building that he wanted no part of it. He was walking away. So it's to his advantage that we approve this liquor license and move forward, because as soon as we start opening the doors and getting people in and earning some money, that much easier we can settle whatever reimbursement he needs for his expenses that he has paid into this location. So if you have specific questions for me, something you want me to address, please let me know before I sit down.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments from the public?
Good evening. My name is Brenda Smith, 9500 West Dodge Road, Omaha. I represent Chris Becker. I previously provided this council with a copy of the complaint that's relevant to this matter. I also recently provided a copy of the lease that that axe throwing place entered into with the landlord at 550 North Main Street. The new lease between Hvac's and the landlord was entered into in June of this year. That axe throwing place certainly did not have any notice of termination from the landlord at the time that that new lease was entered into, and certainly didn't have any knowledge in April of 2022. I appreciate this is not the forum to decide that matter, but I just want to bring that matter to the council's attention. I would also ask that the council refer to the liquor license application, page 6, number 7. I am going to paraphrase, but it essentially asks whether any other party has any property located at the premises. As identified in the complaint, Mr. Becker has personal property, and that axe throwing place also has property located at the premises. Mr. Becker is certainly concerned about any liability that may be raised as a result of this liquor license being granted and the premises opening. There was a comment that was made that Mr. Becker had an opportunity to retrieve the items. There was a meeting to attempt to resolve numerous of these issues, but obviously that was not successful because we're still here before you this evening. For those reasons, and pursuant to section 10-105, sections 5 and 16, I would request that this liquor license application be denied until the parties have an opportunity to resolve these issues. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Otherwise, I appreciate your time.
Councilman Vaughn,
Is it possible you could elaborate as to what other personal effects that Chris might have that were in contention here?
Mr. Becker owns an electrical company, and my understanding is that there's other materials that are left at the premises. That axe throwing place that would be the prior company at issue here purchased a significant number of materials and equipment that are still located at the premises. And as I'm here before you tonight, those matters have not yet been resolved either.
Councilman Yerger.
Yes, I'm just interested in knowing if you can't know whether or not your client currently holds a liquor license for that address.
He has reached out to the Nebraska Liquor Commission to confirm that he does not, because he certainly had concerns as it would relate to that, and there being 2 liquor licenses for that premises.
So it's unclear as to whether, from his perspective, whether he has a license.
He does not have a liquor license.
He does not have
He
a
does
liquor
not
license.
for 550 North Main.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council. Councilman Yerger.
So given some thought to this, and we've had some conversations after the fact. So with the acknowledgement that there is no liquor license for the original holder of the license, which the council granted months ago, that license not being applicable. And given the fact that determining who has the lease and who doesn't has the lease is really not the question before us, that may be for the parties and the courts to decide. It would seem that our concern was we couldn't give 2 liquor licenses for the same address, and that's not an issue. So the applicant before us has the only application for that address at this juncture. You confirm that as well, legal?
Yeah, and I also went on contacted the Liquor Commission, and there isn't any liquor licenses for that address currently.
Okay, so those were the 2 sticking points for me, I think, in the last meeting, as to was this a lease issue, and it's really not for us, and we couldn't give 2 licenses to the same location, and that's been resolved. So the only other issue for me that I wanted to raise with council with regards to consideration of this resolution this evening is when we did approve the liquor license for that axe throwing place, we made an amendment to our resolution or our condition of our approval of the liquor license that went something like this. And I would offer this as an amendment to any approvals we give tonight as well. We said, whereas the council's approval is conditioned on the applicant's hiring of appropriate security with employees obtaining safe axe throwing training and the posting of their employees' certifications and its rules of operation. And that passed unanimously by council the last time we addressed the liquor license for the axe throwing business with concern of mixing alcohol and axe throwing at the same place. Making sure we have security and proper trained people seemed paramount. And so we made that a condition of approval and want you to be aware that we did all agree that that was appropriate last time. And I would offer that as an amendment to the resolution that would go to approval of this license this evening as well.
Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I just want to take the opportunity to thank Travis. We spoke about this via email a couple, 3 different times, a couple times today. The issues I had with it involving the plaintiff and the defendant, those issues will be resolved amongst themselves, but there really isn't a reason to deny the liquor license this time. If we can certainly consider Councilman Yerger's amendment if you wish, but I'm just for the record, I will be voting in favor of this.
Any other comments from council? Councilman Vaughn.
I'm concerned about any potential amendments, Mr. Yerger, because I'm not sure what sort of certifying body or authority would certify these folks to be competent in axe throwing, related work. So I have my reservations on that.
Okay. Any additional comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem.
No, just in a agreement that the dispute is between them and it doesn't interfere with a license, approving a liquor license.
Okay, if there's no other comments, I would take a motion in regards to action on this item. Okay, that was an official amendment.
I did make that amendment. It's a whereas statement addition as I read to amend the resolution.
Okay, so there is an amendment on the floor. And is there a second to that amendment? Councilman Ellis?
I'll second that amendment.
Okay. Cast your votes to amend.
The motion fails 4-4.
Okay. Take a motion in regards to this, Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to approve the request.
Councilman Legband,
And I will second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council, will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda by council, staff, or the public? Councilwoman Ganem. Okay.
Mayor.
Yes, Tyler.
Items 6 and 16 to receive items into the record.
Okay, items 6 and 16. Any other items? Councilman Yerger,
Item 12, please.
okay. Councilman Ellis. Okay. If the public wishes to have an item taken off, they need to come to the podium. State your name and address.
Larry Marvin, 635 North Main, number 9.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. I would like to have number 3 removed just for some minor questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Yerger, you're on. Is there any other items? Okay. Okay, I take a motion to approve consent agenda items 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 15. Councilman Legband,
Make a motion to approve consent agenda items 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 15.
Councilman Gibson.
I will second that.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 3 is a motion to approve July 13, 2022 through July 26, 2022 claims and authorized checks to be drawn on proper accounts. Member of the public wants to come up and ask the questions.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. I just had a few minor questions. I noticed that on page 6 of your financials, their wages were paid to Main Street of Fremont. And I just wanted that clarified if that was money passed through from the taxes through BID to Main Street. And another question that I had was regards to TUIG. I see where we have payout again for city legal prosecution for any fines, collections, et cetera, through the court system. Just want to know where the revenue is being shown at. We have JEO on the CDBG clearing. Just wondered what that was in relation to clarify that. And then there was farther down on your agenda, you were addressing some contracts for the HVAC. And on here, I noticed that we have a payout of 20 grand plus for HVAC from Gedgeman. I just wondered if he had held the prior contracts or if this is something separate from your utility building or this administrative building and the police station, and what that was in regards to. And then that was pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other comments from the public on this item? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I'd be interested if city representatives have any answers at ready hand on the issues that were just raised as questions that we could put to rest without having to follow up. Certainly. This is Dan Goebel, interim finance director. I'll look these up one by one. I'll start with the Getchman. Okay, and that one was for repairs to the air conditioning for the AQCS out at the power plant. And the BID wages, yes, those are for Main Street. That's a pass through there from the BID. They submit their payroll records, and then we go ahead and pay those upon approval by the BID. The 2HIG, the revenue for that is in the police department. I believe we just have a new account number for that this year. Yes, and that would be under the miscellaneous licenses and fees within the police department's revenue. And the JEO CDBG clearing.
I suspect that was related to the CDBG, the levy, the final amount for the levy repairs. That we had the grant, you know, that the CDBG loan paid, or grant, excuse me, the CDBG grant paid for the engineering piece, and then FEMA paid for the actual work. Wasn't that the conversation that we just recently had?
I believe that, or it could be the levy extension. Separate project there. So I'll look it up.
The engineering for the levy extension, that's right.
Yep. I believe that's more the case than it was.
Yep, you're right. Because I sat in on those meetings, so that makes sense.
Yep.
Thanks.
Just want to thank staff for being prepared, and thank you for answering those questions on the fly. Appreciate it. Keeps us from following up.
Councilman Legman,
I make a motion to approve.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 6, resolution 2022-122, considering application for liquor license manager of Amber N. Rose Kruger for Blazing Wings, Inc., doing business as Buffalo Wild Wings, 700 at 1220 East 23rd Street, Suite 300.
Mayor and council, the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission, there was a waiver item on there with regards to that. Councilmember Yerger asked me to follow up with the state to verify that the waiver in fact did occur. I followed up with them. They provided some documentation. I'd asked that to be received into the record.
Councilman Jensen,
Make the motion to receive into record.
Councilman Sukram. Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
8-0.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8-0. I don't know. It was item number 6.
You're
It was
good.
item number 6.
All right. Any questions for staff? Okay, any comments from the public on this item? Yeah, any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
No comments. I want to thank the staff for gathering the extra reference that was made in the packet material and would recommend approval of resolution 2022-122.
Councilman Jensen,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
Councilmember Yerger, I didn't get your vote. Thank you very much. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 9, resolution 2022-123, authorizing Thursday night farmers market to use a portion of the city's parking lot at the northeast corner of North Park and Military Avenue. Staff report.
Mayor and council, we received the attached letter request for use of that area for Thursday night farmers market. Previously, this farmers market existed in collaboration with the Alzheimer's Association. I understand that there's someone who's no longer participating, and so this would be a new entity that would be following up. The insurance certificate's not included in the backup. Currently, I would anticipate receiving that, provided the city council would approve the resolution and the agreement. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, questions for staff? Okay. Comments from the public?
Larry Marvin, 635 North Main. I usually park in that lot and I appreciate knowing ahead of time, because last year when it was half or 3/4 done, then I finally found out that we couldn't park from noon until 8 PM. And so us neighbors should have the courtesy of knowing what hours it's prohibited, because the city still has not returned our parking along Military Avenue. And 6 weeks ago, I heard the specialist come and tell you that we don't need the 4 lanes of traffic anymore. So we should have the 50 or 90 parking stalls returned along Military Avenue. And I haven't heard any motion or any activity along that line. And then also, because it is closed down, Fremont National Bank of Omaha put an ATM machine in on the corner of Military Main, and that took away 18 more parking stalls. So the Eagles Club and my tenant, the Latino church, they need parking. And so then they're struggling for more parking because the ATM took the 18 and now you're going to have this. And so we neighbors should know what hours we cannot park there. And I didn't see who sponsored it, because before it was the Alzheimer's, and that would be nice to know who's in charge, and that is just neighborly. So thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Tyler, do you want to address who this?
The email I received was from Lrtp, and then the dates would be from July 28th to September 29th from 3 PM to 7 PM. That's every Thursday in between those dates.
Thank you. Additional comments from council on this item? Councilman Yerger.
I'm just curious as to whether or not it might be appropriate that we ask the applicant to actually post those at the lot as a part of the resolution approval, so that even though they may not be following city council meetings and the address, at least we would be posting it at the entrance to the parking lot. So on an ongoing basis during the time frame we're allowing anybody entering the parking lot would know that it's reserved. And if that's acceptable to council, I would offer that as an additional whereas statement, I guess, that the requester will be required to post the times that the parking lot will be used.
Councilman Yerger,
Yes.
I would actually add that under 3.1.
3.1.
That is a provision if you want
in the
to.
contract.
Yep.
Okay.
It's
Either place. I just thought it might be appropriate in response to what's being asked for those that are regular users of this, to actually know what times are prohibited so that they don't interfere with the function that's going on there. It's appropriate, I think, to give them notice. So
some sort of posting.
yeah, so fine. I take council's recommendation to change the parking agreement to reflect that they display the times.
Okay.
Times while they're operating, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. This is a motion to amend the agreement to have the posting of when they're conducting the farmer's market. Is there a second? Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
okay, cast your votes to amend the agreement.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay. Now I'd need a motion to approve the resolution. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to approve the amended resolution 2022-123.
Councilman Gibson,
I will second that.
okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, moving on to item 12 is resolution 2022-126, accepting and awarding a contract of police building HVAC maintenance to Ray Martin Company. I'll have staff report.
Troy Shaven, Assistant General Manager, Utilities. We were notified in early June that Plybaco, who does our HVAC maintenance for this building and for the police station, would no longer be in that business. So we issued an RFP, sent out to multiple contractors. We received 2 back. Ray Martin was the low. It was let as the lowest of the combined with the police station and the utility building, so that we would have one contractor for the ease of scheduling. So we would recommend awarding to Ray Martin.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
Yeah, I pulled this, Troy, because I was curious. It's a couple of things. One, this went out as a joint facility request. That is, they were to bid on both simultaneously. Is that correct? Correct. And we have it on our agenda as 2 separate agenda items. And so when I looked at the splits, the Ray Martin Company did have the lowest bid on the administrative building side, but they did not have the lowest bid as shown in the staff report on the police department building. Correct. So as a standalone, on this item, they weren't the low bidder, and yet they're getting the contract. And I assume it's because we filed it or put it out as a joint in the first place. Correct. But then I wasn't sure, well, why didn't we just treat this as one general contract? They were the lowest bidder on a combined set of buildings. We could have done that. I think that would have resulted in a higher bid from everybody for the police station. If you bid the police station out just by itself, you're looking at, if they're not in town, they're driving up from Omaha, and it's a single travel charge, whereas a lot of times what they'll do is they'll schedule the filter replacements for both buildings on the same day. And so if you've got the larger building, which is our building, the administration building, and the smaller building, which is the police station, the cost for a single trip to the police station might be more, as you're doing a lot less work on a single item rather than lumping them together. Yeah, certainly makes a lot of sense. My next question then goes to legal with regards to our declaration that the $9,927 bid is the lowest bid. It is within the context of the overall bid, which we're not addressing in this resolution. And I'm just wondering if we need to clean up our language relative to this was a joint facility bid, and in the aggregate, this company got the lowest bid, but this was not specifically the lowest bid on the police station. And do we need to clean that up somehow when we're declaring them to be the lowest bidder on the police side? Because they are not.
Yeah, we could add that to the resolution.
Do you have recommendations for language there? I didn't have any. I just was concerned that it really doesn't show on our staff report to be the lowest bid. Yet I understand what Troy is saying. It was a joint bid, and they had the overall lowest bid.
So on both resolutions, so we're on 2022-125. So I'd recommend amending.
Well, actually, that one went through on consent, and I didn't think there was a problem with that because they did have the lowest bid on the administration facility.
Oh,
But on the police facility, they did not.
Okay.
Unless you considered it in the aggregate.
I would add the mayor and council approve the award for the administration building in connection with resolution and the bid awarded in resolution 2022-125. They award the maintenance to Ray Martin Company in the amount of $9,927.
Okay, then I would suggest making that amendment as just articulated by legal counsel so that we've clarified why we're awarding the bid to Ray Martin Company on the police station.
Okay. Councilman Legband,
I'll second that.
you cast your votes to amend the resolution.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
I take a motion in regards to the resolution as amended. Councilman Legband,
I make a motion to approve amended resolution 2022-126.
as amended.
The
Okay.
amended.
Councilman Yerger,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 13 is resolution 2022-127, accepting and awarding the proposal of Allo for hosted phone solution. Go ahead.
All right. So Warren Hagelstein, Director of Information Systems for the city. First time up here. Pleasure.
Welcome.
So, thank you very much. So essentially, I'll go over what we had here for the hosted phone solution as far as what we were looking for from a, I guess, information systems perspective. So the current system that we have in the building here, supporting the city hall, warehouse, other, I guess, buildings within the city, excluding police department and our dispatch from this process that we were looking at. The phone system is rather dated, only supports one telephone type system, a MyTel system. To support it, we often have struggle finding parts for it, if there are parts that are out there. So prior to me coming aboard, the previous director of information systems had budget to go and look at getting a hosted phone solution to kind of ease the management and allow for some growth within the city for adding unique or additional phones throughout the city to, I guess, support the city employees. So we went through with that, put a public RFP out there. We ended up getting 10 responses back on the public RFP. Spent a lot of time reviewing all of those responses that we did get back, looking at not only cost, but other factors that we received back from all of the different potential, I guess, the bidders that submitted the responses back to the RFP. And after going through and looking at all of those, a couple of sleepless nights, just thinking about it over and over, we did decide on looking at Allo to be our solution. Based on price and again, the best solution for the city as far as how we saw this solution. Have all the prices down there as far as the monthly fee that we would be paying as a city for the service itself, as well as I kind of broke it out as far as annually and then over the 3-year term of the agreement we would have for the hosted phone solution for Allo to provide that to us. Any questions for this one?
Councilman Ellis.
Yeah, I just pulled this off. One is I appreciate the city going to the cloud. I mean, it's going to save us a lot of money, a lot of time and effort.
Yes.
The only thing that kind of bothered me is we didn't see the other bids. And so we don't know. Normally in something like this, just like the previous one we talked about, we saw the other bid. So while the other bid's lower, it's just Allo was going to be a better solution for us.
Allo was the lowest bid and the best solution. We looked at all of them collectively as a whole, not just from price perspective, but again, what would be the best solution for the city?
How long for implementation?
So we're looking to have implementation done by 30 September. So within this budget cycles, we've coordinated with them. They laid out all of the bidders laid out schedules and timelines and what it's going to take to get there. And it can be done by the 30 September timeframe we're looking at.
I pulled 14 just for safety reasons, but we can just vote with 14 without going to staff report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Yerger.
Well, I shared the same kind of question or concern that Councilman Ellis had with regards to, I didn't necessarily want to see all 10 bids. Yeah, there's a lot. But it might have been good for us to at least understand the range and that Allo was in fact the lowest bid, if that information had been provided for future, so that we at least, when we say in our resolutions, it is the lowest it's responsible bid, then it's good for us to at least been able to acknowledge, you'd considered all that. And if you didn't take the lowest bidder because there was some other rationale, and there were 10 bids, then we need to know, they weren't the lowest bidder in the range of what we had for 10 bids, but there was this reason.
Understood.
And so that's really helpful for us to have in making a final decision. Other than that, I didn't have any issues. I agree with Councilman Ellis. This is a good stroke.
Okay.
It's just the detail. So thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Warren. You were not that scary up here. All right, I'd take a motion in regards to this item. Is there any comments from the public on this? Okay, Councilman Jensen?
Just a quick question, given what Councilman Ellis said, I mean, can we make a motion to approve both these resolutions, 27 and 28? Probably not. I'll just make the motion to approve 2022-127.
Councilman Gibson? Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, item 14, resolution 2022-128, accepting and awarding the proposal of SIP phones for the hosted phone solution. Again, Councilman Ellis, just is there a motion in regards to this? Okay, thank you. Councilman Yerger.
I just had one question for staff in light of the fact that we don't have the information here. I'm assuming the answer is going to be they also had the lowest equipment cost.
Yes, so yes, and it's one of those kind of items out there where there are multiple different kinds of systems out there, and certain phones will support those certain systems. And this phone is one of the phones that is supported, and yes, lowest cost from a phone perspective across the board that is supported with this ALLO system.
Well, the resolution says that it was the lowest cost and the best solution.
Yes.
It was, if we had reworded that, I would have a little more comfort. If it wasn't the lowest bid, but it was the best solution, it was the best solution at the lowest cost. Switching those around gives us the reason that we might need for why did we not take the lowest bid? If they were the lowest bid, it doesn't really matter.
It is the lowest bid for this solution.
So it doesn't
Yes,
really matter.
Doesn't really matter.
So thank you.
Yes.
Okay, good. There's a motion to Councilman Legband.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 16, motion authorizing special designated license, local recommendation for an outdoor event for Archbishop Bergen Catholic School at 3400 East 16th Street. Go ahead, Tyler.
Mayor and council, again, I just have an item that I'd ask that you receive into the record. It's some additional supporting documentation for this item.
Okay. Take a motion to receive. Councilman Legband,
The motion to receive.
Councilman Sukram,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor. And so what I've handed out is the nonprofit certification and then a map of the proposed location, which is next to Delaney Hall, an outdoor beer garden. This event, I believe, is occurring on August 20th. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Okay. Seeing none, additional comments from council. Councilman Yerger.
I don't really have any comments, but I want to thank the staff for getting the information that made this application complete, because without this information, it was an incomplete one and we couldn't act on it tonight. But because we've now completed the requisite information, unless other council members have issues, I'd make a recommendation for approval.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Second.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to unfinished business, item 17, report on status of detention cell berm at Fremont Technology Park and selection of preferred alternative with consideration of resolution 2022-108. I'll have staff report.
Good evening, Dave Godington, Director of Public Works. This item is an item that was held over from the June 28th city council meeting to acquire more information from the property owners. At the June 28th meeting, I had presented a staff report basically stating that the berm between the properties immediately east of the tech park and the detention cell that's been constructed at the tech park has become an issue with the neighbors, and we presented several ideas, remove the berm, put in a drainage system, et cetera. And it was held over to allow staff to gather more information from the neighbors. And on June 5th, staff and some of the council members and mayor, we all met with, and the city administrator, we met with the neighbors, and I guess overwhelmingly, they all felt that they would rather have the berm removed. But in addition to having the berm removed, they requested that then there ultimately be some landscaping planted in that median area between the property line and the detention cell. So since that time, I've worked with the contractor as far as getting a quote to remove the berm. That was $25,000. And Jennifer Dam, the planning director, has worked with a local landscaping firm as far as planting landscaping in there, as well as possibly getting prices for a sprinkler system, to keep it green. And in fact, today we met with some people from Nebraska Arboretum in regards to, in addition, maybe just some formal landscaping, trees, that type of things. Also putting in maybe some native plants that more conducive to a deeper root system, et cetera. And, maybe make it look a little more natural out there. So this item basically is to approve authorizing staff to have the berm removed. And in addition to this item, there's a second staff report and second resolution then to formally do a change order to remove the berm, $25,000. And then another item that we were receiving quotes from the contractor in the meantime was for a outlet structure to be put down into the base of the detention cell, which monitors or meters the amount of water that runs out. I mean, if you're running water into the cell, we don't want to run it into the creek at the same rate of flow, because it'll just cause damage downstream. So you put in this structure that allows the pond to fill up, and then it drains out through a smaller hole at the rate that it would be coming off the site pre-development. And then if you get a very large storm, it can overflow and then drain it out so that it doesn't flood as well. So the second item is for the change order. It's $6,000 to build the outlet structure and $25,000 to remove the berm. We have prices in here for the plants and also for the sprinkler. Those are estimates, so I haven't put them into a formal change order yet. And honestly, they could maybe be done just separately. Those, we are committing to do them, but they are not in the change order that would be approved tonight.
Councilman Vaughn.
I saw that the intent is to place the material from the berm into the detention pond. And I'm wondering if you have any sort of guesstimate as to what percentage of reduction of overall capacity that's going to have.
Very little, very little. We've got some spots in the bottom that are lower, so they pond water. We would just try to fill those in so that we would get positive drainage to the pipes. As you're digging, sometimes it's not entirely easy to get everything exactly flat. So we have some low areas down there. Now I say that, but the caveat is if we get a bunch of rain between now and then, they're physically not going to be able to get in there. As it is right now, we're in a heat wave. So now would be the right time to get that done and get down there, because the bottom would be relatively dry right now. But it's only to raise those low spots, not to actually fill it up to raise it to a higher height per se.
Thank you.
Councilman Jensen.
Just a question, a positive result on this resolution, that does not include the landscaping at this time, right?
No,
This is just for the
All right,
It does
thank you.
not. We would be getting more formal prices and then kind of formulating that into a better plan. I mean, this was just to get the information. This is what we'd like to do, and this is approximately how much it would cost.
Okay. Additional comments or questions for Dave Godigan? Councilman Yerger?
So to follow up on a question of Councilmember Bonds that was discussed at the meeting with the residents, as I recall, because there was that concern about the detention cell having dips or whatever, and it was collecting water, or whatever. And as I recall in that discussion, it was stated that the city actually made the detention cell deeper than it would have otherwise have made it initially, because of some drainage issues we had relative to the street construction and getting the water into the detention cell in the first place. So there's plenty of capacity is what the residents were told in the detention cell, regardless of whether you level it off more or fill it in or whatever. They had extra capacity was the message to the public, as I recall.
Yes,
Is that not correct?
The depth of the detention cell was set by the slope that we had to meet, because we've got inlets that are about 2,000 feet roughly west of there. To carry that slope 2,000 feet, that pretty much determined the elevation of what the bottom of the pipe would be, which determines the elevation of the bottom of the detention cell.
So I think that was part of the answer to your question. There's capacity there regardless of how much dirt you might put in there. It's not going to change materially with the berm dirt. The other question that I had for you that I don't recall being discussed when we were talking about landscaping, vegetation and the like, is there a plan for anything to go into the detention area itself with regards to like not mowable, but prairie grass or other kinds of vegetation other than weeds? To be in the detention cell basin itself as a part of the finished product? We didn't discuss that.
That was the meeting that we had today, because originally we had just, it had been slated just to be a grass type, brome grass or, a grass of that type. But when we met with them today, they were making some suggestions on some native type grasses that we could put in there that, they're more sustainable. They're they're native to this part of the country, so they're more susceptible to drought, non-watering.
And they would soak up water.
Yes, and they would soak up water, because frankly, at the bottom of the cell, it's going to fill up with wetland type plants anyway, and they will suck that. Whatever water is even there today, they will suck up very fast.
Okay, I just don't remember that being discussed in our meeting, but I'm glad cities looked into that as an addition, because that will be the next issue as to, well, what's going to be in there. So thank you for thinking
If you
ahead.
want to add something.
Yeah, last week, Dave and Veronica and I attended the Stormwater Floodplain Association meeting and had a presentation from the statewide Arboretum, which was perfect timing. We were able to meet with them today, and they have what's called a WaterWise program that does all sorts of things, rain gardens, bioswales, and detention cells. We met with them today to talk about different plant materials that would be appropriate. They're very excited about the opportunity. There's grant funds available for it. It would basically be mesic prairie type plants, which would support dryland, wetland type plant materials that would help slow the water, filter the water and absorb the water. So we're going to continue to look into that, and they're excited, hoping that maybe we could become a WaterWise community and have other different types of projects throughout town. So
Sounds like a much better plan than option B, which was soccer fields. Thank you.
Comments from the public?
Jerry Delaney, 2940 Laverna Street. Before I begin, I want to publicly thank the mayor, Mr. Godigan, Ms. Dam, and Ms. Sanders, as well as Councilman Yerger and Legman for taking the time to meet with the neighbors of the business park on July 5th. After well over a year of voicing concerns over various issues with the business park, I can't tell you how gratifying and refreshing it was to myself and all my neighbors to finally be allowed the time to have some open discussion with city officials, and we truly do appreciate that. Generally speaking, the resolution that's been put before you tonight does reflect the concerns and desires of the citizens that met with the staff on July 5th. However, there's just a few minor details and clarifications that I would like to bring up tonight. First, the resolution number itself is 2022-108. That can't possibly be a correct number because 2022-108 was on item number 2 on the council's agenda tonight. So the resolution number needs to be 2022 whatever, I guess. Next, once the berm is removed, assuming that's what's passed tonight, there is nothing in the resolution that mentions how wide the area will be between the detention cell and the adjoining properties. We feel that there should be a note in there or verbiage that states that that area should be at least 25 feet wide. That will give enough space for the proposed landscaping, as well as a wide enough path for large utility trucks to drive down that area. And that probably should be added to the verbiage. You've been provided with estimates and drawings from Siffring Landscaping to give you an idea of what might be installed. And in addition, the staff report states that if this resolution passes, they'll get several other quotes on the landscaping, which is appropriate for how we spend city money. However, the resolution simply states that the city commits to placing landscaping in the area. That simple statement could mean we're going to plant one tree someday. I know that's not the intention, but we think that there needs to be additional verbiage added to the line that somehow states that the amount and the reason for the landscaping, and that it will end up something at least like what the proposal is that you have before you tonight. Lastly, the staff report mentions a cost of irrigation and maintenance of the landscaping. The resolution does state that the city commits to placing landscaping in the area, but it does not make any mention of maintenance and irrigation. So again, I think that should be added to the resolution. So again, I want to thank everyone from the city that's worked with us to get this proposal to where it's at. I'm sure that many of you maybe are seeing some of these concerns that I brought up tonight as being a little nitpicky. I apologize if they appear that way. But frankly, I'm tired of coming to meetings and talking to you, and I'm sure you're tired of listening to me. So we just want to make sure that tonight we cross all our T's and dot all of our I's and get this resolution exactly like it's intended, not just by myself and my neighbors, but by the city staff that's worked on it. We just all want to go home tonight feeling good that we finally put this thing to bed. In conclusion, I would like to offer to the council copies and have them entered into record, a suggested revision to the resolution that has been approved by the Central Park Homeowners Association Board of Directors. All it really is the resolution you have before you with some various verbiage added to it with the points that I brought up. So if I could submit that this time.
Yeah. Motion to receive. Councilman Gibson,
So moved.
Councilman Legband,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Again, thank you very much for your time.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Any additional comments from the public? Okay. Go ahead,
Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. With regard to the landscaping, one of the things that was pointed out to me this afternoon, I was out on site and the gentleman from the Arboretum made some suggestions of native type shrubbery that might be better than the trees for that area. So what I would like to propose is that we're willing to do landscaping. I'll be happy to meet with the neighbors once I have a chance to talk about different types of landscaping that are native, that are appropriate for the area, to make sure that they're okay with those before we move forward with a specific landscape plan. His concern was that the crab apples and the
spire thing, whatever the evergreen was, may not survive for more than 10 years in that type of a harsh condition. We would be putting, if we had that, we would have to put the irrigation in. There might be alternatives where we don't have to have the irrigation, but again, it might be a more natural look, which the neighbors may not like. So I would like that opportunity to discuss it with them if that's satisfactory.
Okay. Dave, can you speak to the 25-foot? And
Yes. I can't guarantee that it's going to be 25 feet or more. I mean, because the pond is where it is. It will be somewhere close to 25 feet, because what we're going to do is there's a berm. We're going to shave that off, slope it towards the detention cell. And in some areas, it may be slightly less, but it's going to be somewhere between 20 and 25 feet all the way along, short of filling in the areas where it might be less than 25. I'm not sure how we make that happen. And filling it in means we'd have to fill all the way to the bottom, and now it's becoming a fairly complex fill project. But our intent is to slice it back and just meet where the bank is and use that distance. But all I can tell you is it'll be about 25 feet.
you and your staff go out there, right, and follow construction projects as they happen, correct?
Yes, I was out there twice today.
Councilman Vaughn?
Dave, do we need a utility easement for the area? Because landscaping, trees, shrubs, and less than 25 feet in some areas doesn't seem to me that there's going to be enough room for everything.
Well, and that was at the last meeting, we talked about that. So a typical lane on a road is 12 feet. So a typical roadway is roughly 25 feet, or a 2-lane road. So if we have 10 to 15 feet of clear space to drive a vehicle down, and then the height of the shrubbery, the landscaping that we put in is not an impedance on the booms, because they're going to need to use a boom truck because they have overhead lines there. So, I would say 15 feet would even be adequate to get vehicles up and down there and be able to use their boom. The boom just might have to have more aerial space just to clear the tops of the trees.
Councilman Yerger?
Well, I want to thank you for clarifying that point, Dave, with regards to the amount of space that the heavy duty trucks would need at about 15 feet. And as I recall in our meeting with the homeowners association, it was said that the landscaping itself probably is going to take 8 feet, because you have to allow for the tree canopies and whatever, so they don't interfere with the trucks that will be doing maintenance there, because you don't want that interference. So if you take that 15 feet that you just articulated for the trucks and 8 feet for landscaping, you're pushing the 25 feet that's been suggested by the homeowners that's probably what you need there as a set aside to make sure that they can get all of the requisite maintenance and safety equipment in there should they have a catastrophic event like they did on Luther, where you had to replace all the poles in a row. You definitely need that heavy equipment rather than light duty equipment. So I think that's maybe where the numbers came from, and yours kind of corroborate the same thing relative to the size of those large utility trucks. Been studying what's here in this proposal by for the wording on the resolution by the homeowners association. And in light of the extra work that y'all have done relative to additional looking at landscaping, I applaud you for that as well. And working with some others as to the prairie grasses, whatever you're going to call those, that all sounds really good. So as I look at their proposed language versus the city's proposed language, I guess I'm not sure, was the intent just to discuss the resolution language, or were we intending to pass resolution language this evening in the form of what was in our packet or what just got offered to us? Well, I guess it was listed in our packet material as resolution. We were discuss the proposal, and then the selection of the agenda item language kind of made it sound like we were going to resolve the resolution language this evening. Was that the intent? Well, as I discussed earlier, we are at the height of our construction season. It's dry out, even though I see rain on the window back there, which we kind of need. But the intent would be to be able to get the contractor going as quickly as possible to remove that berm, because he doesn't physically do the work with his own crew. He hires a third party, and he would have to, contact them and line them up to come out. And frankly, it's for those guys, that's not a real big project to remove that dirt. It wouldn't take them that long, but I wouldn't want to push this back into September, October, because then we're starting to get into our rainy season again. So if we got the fill out of there now, let's say we got it all out of there by mid-September, that's the perfect time to start planting vegetation, whether it be grass, whether it be native plants, whether it be trees, etc. We would be going into our fall season. So timing wise, I guess it was my intent that at least the change order number 3 language for the be next approved.
That's item B, yeah.
Yeah, that at least be approved. And then the other resolution is basically just it was in there because it was in the last packet. It was basically, this is what the city council is directing staff to do, is to take the berm out. But the resolution for the change order does the exact same thing.
Okay, well, after reading the homeowners association version of the resolution and listening to the discussion tonight, 2 of the last whereas statements might need a little tweaking, but I'd be in favor of offering the homeowners association language. If in the next to the last resolution where we say we've received the bid from Sifring, you're maybe not locked into that bid because you're pursuing something else, potentially, it sounds like. Is that correct? So if we struck that portion of that and said, and a bid estimate received by the estimates received by the city for landscaping and to irrigate and maintain the landscaping in that last sentence, that would clean up, not relying on Sifring, but allowing you to do the extra looking into additional options that you have for landscaping. And then in the next whereas statement, we would have to strike the $7,000 item and just say the cost of the committed landscaping and the ongoing irrigation and maintenance. And other than that, the language that they proposed here seems to fit what they wanted to have as a result of our meeting and pretty much what you discussed tonight with regards to the necessary clearances and the like. I think their resolution language would fit that. So I guess I would make a recommendation to council that we adopt the homeowners association language with those 2 changes that I just mentioned to the last 2 whereas statements. And if we're approving this resolution, we use this language.
Mayor, I also have a few other suggested changes if council wants to approve this resolution tonight.
Okay.
That's not the one that's in the packet.
Yeah, I would just say, I really appreciate the homeowners association and yes, we did have a good meeting, and I really appreciate what staff has done in regards to this and the extra work that has gone on and even, new information that I haven't even heard yet from Jennifer and Dave in regards to landscaping and the extra just information that you found to better the area, to make it more, a long-term solution, to put real thought into what's going on. And so, I guess, we are really, as a city, we want to be good neighbors, and we're putting a lot of time and effort into this, and we want it to be right. And my only thought would be, the 25-foot minimum. I mean, we heard from our engineer that we're going to need to be able to get, what we need through there, and that it might not be 25 feet just because where the berm is situated, that, our intention is to take the berm out, and whatever room is there, I mean, is going to be there. If it's 25 feet all the way down to the exact marker, I don't know. We haven't walked it. We don't know. And then if we put whatever landscaping we're going to do in there, that's my concern there. And we had Jennifer say that she's willing to, meet with the landowners again on whatever proposed landscaping that they're looking at, which sounds really, really good for the city and good for the landowners next door, that could be a part of the resolution, language. It's just, You know, city staff estimates the cost to regrade the berm at approximately $25,000, and the city is committed to having another meeting with the landowners in regards to a landscaping plan, which seems to already be in the works. To me, those are my only two things here that I feel need to be addressed. But I do feel like we need to move forward. We need to get the contractor out there doing this. Construction season's now, and we don't need to hold this off. This needs to happen. Councilman Legman?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. If I go out there with a tape measure and a landowner mine is 24 feet 10 inches, then what? You know, you say a minimum of 25, but one says it's 24.10, then what do we do? So we're gonna work on trying to get it to 25, but it may not be exactly 25. And we're trying to be the best neighbor we can, and we're gonna landscape it the way they want it. So I think yes, we need to move ahead, and I'm gonna vote in favor of this. And I appraise the work that everyone is doing to try and get this done the right way. So thank you.
Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, I just want to thank Jennifer for her extra work on this too. Personally, I prefer the language, the way the staff has got it written up the way it is, especially now we're talking, Jennifer's talking about maybe coming in, maybe not using trees, maybe using some native stuff, maybe having some grants so that we're not reaching into the city's pocket all the time. I would really like to explore that.
Okay, Councilman Yerger.
So just one more point. If we're discussing the 25-foot being too hard set, certainly I think we could change the other whereas statement to say reflects approximately 25 feet. If you're off a little, at least that would take that out, and we could scratch out the word minimum. I failed to ask this question, and this is an important one, I think, relative to the cost that we're going to consider for the next item and what we've put into this resolution. So when we get rid of the berm, the proposals were that we could collect the dirt, put it in the bottom of the detention cell. That's one option. Or we could collect the dirt if it's too wet out there, and we'll go pile it on 32nd Street. I would suggest to you, there's a third option, and I think it's probably the best option if you're looking to try to make the 25-foot minimum to allow for the trucks and the landscaping. And that is you just blade the dirt from the berm over the edge of the detention cell and pack it down. You don't move it to the bottom of the detention cell. You don't move it to 32nd Street. You just use the dirt where it's at today. And if you've got some unevenness with regards to the 25 feet, that fill that goes over the shoulder of the berm, you run your graders on there and pack it down, and you straighten it up. And we wouldn't have to pay the cost of moving any dirt to the bottom of the cell or to 32nd Street. They just blade it and pack it. Wouldn't that be the most simplest solution?
That could be, but you try to keep the slopes of the bank. I believe this is a 3-to-1, meaning for every 3 feet you go over, you drop down 1 foot. And that's what's considered kind of the bare minimum, or the steepest bank you should take like a tractor on to mow or to do any kind of maintenance. Even though we may not necessarily routinely mow it, there will be a time where we'll have to get a tractor of some kind down there to, maybe fill in some washouts, that kind of thing. If you start getting a little steeper than that, it starts getting a little scary if you're the guy on.
But if you pack that down with the maintainer and at that level, I guess it
But
would
you'd have
seem
to
to.
carry that all the way down to the bottom, because you got to maintain your slope. Because if you put too much up on top, then you have a steeper slope wherever you've.
I'm assuming that 2 foot of dirt or whatever that you said you had to take off the berm isn't going to amount to hill of beans when you plow it over the edge.
Well, when I originally said putting it down at the bottom, that was because there were some concerns from the neighbors about ponding water and let's say mosquitoes as a result of the ponding water. So it seemed natural just to take the water down there, raise those low spots as much as we can, get positive drainage over to the
And certainly that was a concern raised by the residents, but I think one of their biggest concerns at that meeting was they wanted enough clearance for maintenance access, and they wanted landscaping.
Yeah.
Those were the two highest concerns they raised, even though they did raise the standing water issue as well. I agree with you.
Yeah, and we may have 25 feet all the way along. I just can't guarantee you that we're going to hit 25 feet all the way along.
Okay. Well, I would still propose before the council, if we're doing a resolution tonight, I'll make recommendation to use the homeowners association language. Change the third whereas statement to not to reflect approximately 25 foot city side utility and landscape easement. And then those last two changes in the last two whereas statements I gave before to clean up the landscaping options that the city's still working on and to take out the fixed cost of being whatever Sifrin's estimate was. So we're not locked into that. And you can continue to negotiate with the bidders and with the homeowners as to how that appears for them. I mean, they were weighing pretty heavily on that at the meeting that we had before, and I'm encouraged that you want to talk to them again about that. So that's really encouraging. And I think we could get that resolution passed with their acceptable wording. They've already passed this through their HOA. And so I'd like to get as much as we can from their perspective built into what we're doing tonight. And so I think some of the edits that they made were good ones, and with the edits that we're making on the fly, although council said that you had something else besides the three now that I've offered. So maybe we need to hear those as well.
It's up to you if you want to hear them now or after you make your motion and it gets amended, but generally speaking, I would be more in favor from my perspective of council passing the resolution that's in the packets, specifically because it accomplishes what the city wants to do without hamstringing anyone, as we've been discussing. If we do want to adopt the one that's been provided to council by the homeowners, I would eliminate the top bracketing bold lettering and use the one that's in the city's resolution. I had approximately written down in that third whereas statement, like you did, Councilman Yerger, the 25 foot, and get rid of the language that says and landscape easement area on the east side of the detention cell. For the next paragraph, I would prefer the council to remove the phrase and expansion of city side easement area. For the next paragraph, I would prefer the council to remove the language referencing the Sifrin landscaping bid, as I think Councilman Yerger, the way you suggested it, that'd be fine. And same thing with the next paragraph, getting rid of that $7,000. So essentially, once you take all my recommendations, you're basically left with the resolution that's in the packet, in a nutshell.
Well, and I'll tell you, after reading what the homeowners have got here and what's in the city, I can understand, I think, having met with them several times and been at this meeting that they conducted with the city, their concerns. And I sat in the front of the room when we went back and forth between council and planning commission and council and planning commission with the changes that were going on their behalf, and how frustrated they were to be back so many times because we didn't write down what it was we were going to do. And when I look at what they've presented versus what the city's presented, they're really asking you to be more transparent and clear with regards to what are you going to do for us. Write it down. Don't leave any vagaries here with regards to what we're going to end up with when we're done. Because those kind of statements that are in the current city's resolution do leave those again. I think when what I read from their versions, that they've attempted to narrow that so that they understand more specifically what you're doing. And it's because of the back and forth we had so many times before, and not having it down in writing. And even though the council made recommendations, and I'm going to be clear on this, we specifically.
Point of order, we're a minute over already.
We made a.
Councilman Yerger, I allowed some extra time because we had a response, but
Okay,
it's time to wrap it
I
up.
have a motion on the floor to accept the resolution as modified by my language without the council's recommended edits, which take us back essentially to the city's language. I stand on my proposal to accept with some amendment as I propose the homeowners association version of the resolution.
Okay. That's a motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's a motion to amend the resolution in the packet to reflect this language outright with the three amendments that I made to the three whereas statements as noted for the record.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of second. Councilman Ellis.
I look at this as a process in place and we're not finished with it. So the resolution that's in the packet right now is just step one. It sounds like Jennifer's going to be working with the customers for step 2 and 3, and I expect resolutions to come back to us for those. So with that consideration, I approve resolution as it stands.
2022-133 is the resolution number. Councilman Legband.
And I will second that. I wholeheartedly agree. And again, staff, thank you. And I really appreciate that you're willing to meet with them again and get all this worked out. And so I will second that motion.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, and then item A is the resolution 2022-130 approving the change order number 3 for Lincoln Avenue and 29th Street paving project. We've had the report from our Public Works Director on this. Is there any comments from the public? Seeing none, I take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Gibson.
I would make that motion. Approve.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 18, ordinance 5622, approving change of zone from SC suburban commercial to AR auto urban residential on properties generally located between Bell Street, Military Avenue, A Street, and C Street. This would be for second reading.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the request to change the zoning of the properties generally from this east of the house next to this building to Bell Street, from suburban commercial to auto urban residential to reflect the residential and historic character of the area. And also so that those residences aren't removed and developed with a more commercial type development. That's it in a nutshell. I'd be happy to go into more depth and also happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Ellis.
Yeah, there was a request, I guess, in our packet and I just want it to be publicly known. If somebody wants to start up a business in their property and their suburban commercial, AR, there's still a process for them to do that.
Oh, absolutely. Home-based occupations are allowed.
Okay.
Up to a certain point.
Right.
Right. So you can have a big beauty shop in your house or an office in your house or.
So their concerns were kind of unwarranted. I mean, they just didn't know that was possible.
I think that was a misunderstanding, correct?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions for staff? Thank you, Jennifer. Any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none. Additional comments from council? If there are none, I take a motion to hold second reading. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to hold second read of ordinance 5622.
Councilman Sukram.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Now have second reading.
An ordinance of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally located between Bell Street, Military Avenue, 8th Street, and C Street from SC suburban commercial to AR auto urban residential, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on second reading.
Moving on to item 19, ordinance 5623 to approve voluntary annexation of Copperhead subdivision generally located at the northwest corner of West Military Avenue and Business Park Drive. This is again a second reading. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the second reading for the annexation. By state statutes, annexations require all three readings.
The preliminary plat and final plats for the Copperhead subdivision, along with the subdivision agreement, have all been approved. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, any additional comments? Sorry, none, I'd take a motion to hold second reading on the annexation. Councilman Sukram,
I'll make the motion.
Councilman Legband,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, annexing by voluntary petition property generally located at the northwest corner of Military Avenue and Business Park Drive, Dodge County, Nebraska, and extending the corporate limits to include said real estate, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing effective date on second reading.
Moving on to new business, item 20, ordinance 5624 to approve government salary. We'll have staff report.
Sorry, thought I heard my name back there. Jennifer McDuffie, Director of Human Resources. So it's that time of year again to look at cost of living increases for our staff members. First, we have the city side ordinance up. So the fire and AFSCME contracts that were approved last year provided for 3% increase. FOP provided for 3.5% increase. Staff is recommending a 3% increase for non-union city classifications and pay grades, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Councilman Vaughn,
Would that include city council, city physician, city prosecutor, mayor, and civil defense director?
Historically, no, those are have not received the cost of living increases.
Are you aware of the last time these rates were changed?
I do not. Do you remember, Jody?
I believe it was in 2016.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ganem,
Excuse me. I do have a question on, I don't have a question on the increases that's going to be effective, and I'm sure staff understand when it's going to become approved or effective. I did have a question that there's staff listed that we no longer have, and wondered if that should be removed, like an assistant city administrator, since we eliminated that position.
So historically, what we've done is we have left those positions in there. We have quite a few in there that we don't use at the moment. We leave those in there, quite frankly, so that if decisions are made down the road where we do reinstate those positions, we don't have to recreate the wheel and go out for a new study. They've kept along with the increases that have been given to the other positions. So it just makes it a little bit easier down the road if we decide to make changes. So that's why we've left them in there.
okay,
Somehow, it doesn't appear as though we're going to be making those changes in the near future. So why do we have positions that we have eliminated as a council with going from a split city administrator with an assistant to a full-time administrator? I guess I'm not following.
Well, we don't
The
have
reasoning.
someone in that position, but those are, those are on the ordinance today. And like I said, we've historically just left those in there. There will be several that you will see in there that have left, and that's just how we've done it. And I continue to do that. So.
Councilman Jensen,
Yeah, just to defend Jennifer McDuffie here. This is, I can understand why you want to keep these on there. These were changes that this council and this mayor made, and we don't know what that's going to look like in the future. So it makes more sense to leave that stuff on there than it is to remove it.
any other questions? Okay, thank you. Comments from the public?
Larry Marvin, 635 North Main Street. This is one of the issues that I see that you make decisions and our employees don't pay any attention to it. And some of you think that they should not pay attention to it. If you eliminated a job, that's historically in the records. If they want to recreate the wheel, they just pull up last year's or 30 years ago or 50 years ago, and the wheel is there. And then you can add inflation or whatever you want to do with it. But if you eliminated a job, I don't think it should be on the records. And if you put it in there, it's as if you people shut up, we're going to do it our way, and we're going to change it on you. And those are the people that I want you to say, here's the pink slip. Thank you.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. You did eliminate several positions, but you still have to budget for those positions. That's an empty budget. We saw that happening in different areas saying, well, the money's there because we budgeted here, but we didn't fill that position. You also might have not noticed on the city side, there was always a treasurer. I don't see that having been tracked on there now. You do have a treasurer in your municipal code, but it's not being allowed in your financials. I was just kind of curious why that position is not suddenly there. That was historically back in the day, in 2016, those of you who were involved in the council then, when Kim Volk had city clerk position, she was also your treasurer. Tyler came on board after some turnover of different positions, city administrator, city attorney came in, et cetera. And Tyler didn't want the treasurer, and that went over with approval or not approval necessarily to finance director. So I'd assume that a treasurer title is by Mr. Brock, by Dan of the finance department now, who's the interim finance, but it's not defined in your financials. This might be some of what your auditor spoke about, that muddying of waters when you have a financial director who is actually, for all intents and purposes, handling all the utilities finances, but then also city. You should still have that separate oversight. It's a check and balance. But I agree with majority of what Mr. Marvin said. It's an empty position. It's empty dollars on the books.
Any other comments? Councilman Ellis?
This is the first reading. I'm okay to go forward with it, but I'd like to put a request into the HR that she maybe bring back a change request for next time with all red lines of all positions that we are not using. And let's talk about that next meeting, the second reading. So that was a motion to pass the first reading.
Okay. Councilman Vaughn?
I would second.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
All right. We'll now introduce and have first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska pertaining to pay plan for officers and employees and repealing ordinance and all other ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for publication and plan form and providing an effective date on first reading.
Okay, moving on to item 21, ordinance 5625 to approve utility salary.
Jennifer McDuffie, Human Resources Director. This is the utility salary ordinance. The IBEW contract provided for a 3% increase. So staff is recommending a 3% increase for non-union classifications. So I'll be taking questions.
Questions? Councilman Ellis?
I would just ask that you do the same thing with this one as well. Come back with a red line with all unused positions so we can discuss next meeting. Thank you.
Can
Councilman,
I ask for clarification on that?
Sure.
Because what do you mean by unused? That can be
That are-
interpreted many different ways.
That are currently not, no one in the city employment is that title.
And that we're not trying to fill.
If we have an open slot for it, then I would assume we'd want to keep it.
if we're trying to fill it.
Yeah, if we're trying to fill it, if
Okay.
we're actively trying to fill a slot,
Okay,
I would say it needs to remain on the list.
thank you.
Okay. Councilman Vaughn,
I was second.
was that a motion, Councilman Ellis? Okay, okay. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay. We'll now introduce and hold first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska pertaining to pay plan for officers and employees, repealing ordinance and all other ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for publication in pamphlet form and providing an effective date on first reading.
Okay, item 22, resolution 2022-131, granting staff permission to apply for the recreational trails program on behalf of the Fever Rails to Trail Foundation, authorizing the mayor to sign the application.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Angie Olson, Grant Coordinator. The Fever Rail to Trail Foundation is working on a project to install a bike and walk path on the old Fever rail line. And there is a grant through the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission called the Recreational Trails Program that could provide assistance for this project. However, in the state of Nebraska, only political subdivisions and public agencies are eligible to apply for this. So the Fever Rail to Trail Foundation has asked that the city apply for this on their behalf. And also I wanted to point out that since drafting the staff report, there were changes to the cleanup portion of the project. So the bid total comes to, for the project altogether, comes to $536,737.12. The city would apply for $429,389.70 on behalf of the foundation. And then per grant requirements, they would, the Fever Rail to Trail Foundation would fund the 20% match requirement, which is just a little over $107,000. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, I understand this is just kind of a pass through that we're doing this on their behalf. I guess my only question is if we apply for and are granted, and for some reason Fever decides they can't make that 20%, that doesn't put us on the hook for it, does it?
Right. So if we were to get this award, there would be, we would work with the city attorney and council as well as the Fever Rail to Trail Board to take an agreement to move the project forward and how that would be handled. This would be similar to the CDBG Lifehouse grant that we applied on their behalf. So it's similar. We would bring agreements back between the parties involved. And NENED would also handle a lot of the administrative functions of this.
Councilman Yerger?
Councilman Jensen stole my question, but I did want to ask, so there was no map included in our packet material to show where these trails are necessarily being proposed. Do they, and I assume one's available that we could look it up if we wanted to see?
Sure. And I don't personally have one. Actually, since the staff report has gone in the packet, we have included, we do have some images and things coming from the foundation, but at the time of this, we did not. We do have individuals from the foundation here tonight. They can talk to specifics of the project.
Okay, and they may want to do that. My other question then is a general one relative to the presentation we had earlier by the consultants for the planning work that they're doing for bike trails and recreation and those kinds. Does this tie into the work that they are doing for their short-term proposals as well? Do you know?
I do not, I'm not aware of that.
On separate channels? No.
I'm not aware if they are or not.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Thank you.
Yep.
Any comments from the public?
Mayor and City Council, my name is Stan Darling. I live at 1650 North Clarkson here in Fremont. Amber Barton is here with me, and we are the principals involved with the foundation. So questions that you had about the project.
These funds right now involve going from, use your imagination here a little bit in relation to the city, from Summer Street up to the bypass 275, and from Hooper east over to Highway 77. Those are the two phases that those dollars encompass. Since we've taken over, we've received this land as of the first of the year. We've gotten bids for cleanup, construction, bridge work, those kind of things that are our first phase of the project. So that's what those funds entail. So,
Questions for the applicant, Councilman Yerger?
So just to finish my visual, for the city piece, that runs straight north?
no, it
And waters-
kind of diagonally through the golf course, through Fremont Golf Club, across Broad, and then it goes northeast up to the bypass. Kind of parallels the Burlington to a certain extent on that stretch.
And when it crosses 77, then is that going to be bridged?
No,
They have to cross the traffic.
right. 2-lane highways, streets, as these bike paths are constructed. Obviously, there's signage, there's stop signs, there's plenty of forenotice for people to be cautious and so forth. The bypass is our barrier because the 4-lane creates the problem there.
Well, and the reason I asked that, I guess, and thank you for clarifying how it angles over and goes across 77. So we had some discussion earlier this evening about that being a accident-prone area where the consultant was looking at for vehicular traffic. And so now if we're suggesting that the trails will run pedestrian, track it over 77 at the Judy Drive area or further north, that would appear to be
Well, remember,
Some
this
issue.
is further south.
south of the viaduct.
This is south of the
Oh,
viaduct.
south of the viaduct.
Yeah.
So there'd be more vision, except
Right.
for the traffic going south off the viaduct.
Well, there's plenty of, envision yourself southbound on the viaduct. There's quite a distance down the ramp, down the viaduct to, what's another reference point? There's a storage facility on the east side. There's the storage container business on the right-hand side, on the west side. It's right, that intersection is right there.
Okay. I don't recall what the speed limits are there. Maybe other council members do. Do you know what the speed limits are? in
I
that
think
area?
it's 45.
45.
Yeah, I think
Thank you.
so.
I know from our prior meeting, our planning commission and city council meeting, we have received a draft bicycle and pedestrian project implementation. Blue line number 6 is the Fever Rail project. So just, I mean, this is the maps right here in regards to the, it's the old Fever Railroad. So I just thought I'd mention that if anybody wants to reference that right now.
Mhm.
Okay, yep. Councilman Ellis?
I want to thank you. Sounds like a really neat project. I appreciate you guys taking the time and effort to do it. The one question that I'm just a little confused on, if the grant is issued to us, that leaves about $107,000 that has to be matched 20%. Does that come from you guys? Or is that something the city probably needs to get ready to come up with?
No, that comes from us.
From you guys, okay.
Right. Other fundraising, other grants, other avenues of financing that we're
Okay.
going to pursue.
I
Mhm.
appreciate it. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Yeah. This project has been at least 2 years, if not almost 3 years in the making. We were approached some time ago about purchasing the land from the former owner, and they wanted quite a sum of money to do that. And long story short, we've had it donated to us. So it's been a huge gift, and we're trying to take advantage of this situation and create something that's not only going to go through Fremont, but Dodge County, through Nickerson. Eventually, we have to do some bridge work by Nickerson, but it'll connect Fremont, our existing trail system, all the way to Hooper. That's our goal. So.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Okay.
Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
And not hearing any, I'd move approval of resolution 2022-131.
I'll get to that. And I just want to say, this is again, a really exciting project for Fremont. I want to thank, those that are on this foundation, all the work that's been going on. I know that these, bicycle trails are really popular. And they attract a lot of not only visitors, but are utilized by, it'll be utilized by our citizens and those coming in and out of Fremont. And there's just a lot of great opportunities and to utilize this type of trail throughout our community. So again, I'm really excited and I thank all the work that's been going in. And as a city, again, we're honored to be able to help with this. So Councilman Legman.
And I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 23, ordinance 5626, amending ordinance 5609 relating to the issuance of series 2022 taxable combined utility revenue bonds. There's also a request to suspend rules and move to place the ordinance on final reading. We'll have staff report.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Dan Goebel, Interim Director of Finance. Before you, you have a ordinance amendment for 5609, which was for the wastewater treatment plant improvements that are currently underway. The project estimate is $25 million on that, of which Holstone will be contributing $10 million over 15 years at 4%. What this is before you tonight is an increase from 4.25% up to a maximum true interest cost up to 5.5%. We're expecting something under that. The fiscal impact down there, we've had an update since we developed the staff report. The total interest over the 20-year life of the bonds is just a hair under $11 million now, rather than the 14 million that are in there. And that's due to taking into consideration the Holstone payments that are coming in, and also adding a payment towards the front of it to pay down the principal a little sooner. With that being said, Scott Keene with Piper Sandler is here tonight. Do you have any questions? Him or I can help answer those.
May I bring a handout?
Sure. Motion to receive, Councilman Jensen.
Motion to receive.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Second.
And cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Scott Keene with Piper Sandler. The handout that's coming around is a mirror of what I had presented to the council March 8th when you approved the ordinance authorizing the issuance of up to $26 million of combined utility bonds for the sewer treatment facility project. At that time, we conservatively estimated an interest rate not to exceed of 4.25%. As Dan mentioned, interest rates have risen and have continued to rise throughout the year to the point where we, in the current market, our borrowing rate would be closer to 4.4%. So we are exceeding that 4.25% rate, would not be able to accept the winning bid on the financing if we had a rate above 4.25%. We are requesting a rate, as Dan mentioned, that's fairly conservative at a not to exceed 5.5%. Again, given that today's market would have us at 4.4, that seems like a lot of cushion. But as recently as the middle of June, we probably would have been in the 5.25% range. So it's bad news that rates have continued to rise since our March meeting, but they have been falling over the last month and a half, and we hope that will continue. But we're subject to the vagaries of the interest rate market and the activities of the Federal Reserve and their meeting tomorrow that may continue to impact interest rates. So with your approval, we have already shipped the documents off to Standard & Poor's for them to do their credit rating review. We would expect to have that credit rating by the middle of August, hope to get to market late in August and settle the financing in early September and deliver the funds at that time. As Dan mentioned, the financing structured to be front loaded with principal payments, matching the repayment coming from the Holstone contribution to the project. So with those dollars coming in through 2036, the bulk of the principal payments fall in those earlier years with the small repayments in the later years, so that the actual amount that the city is contributing each year should be approximately level. So that's the way we've structured the financing. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions? Councilman Yerger?
We'll have a couple. So we did this back in March.
Correct.
And what actions did we take after we approved this in March?
We were waiting for the audited financial statements of the city. Unfortunately, for a revenue bond financing like this, investors demand to have the most recent financial statements before they'll put in a bid. Otherwise, if we were selling the bonds in April, for example, we'd end up with audited financial statements that were nearly 18 months old, and investors just don't like that. And so we were waiting for the audited financial statements to be current so that we could deliver them not only to the potential investors, but also to the rating agency.
Okay, so we really had no choice. Even though we acted in March, we had no choice because the audit wasn't done.
That's correct. And it's a great question. The reality is, even if we'd gone to, I mean, we see this in hindsight, but even if we'd gone through our normal steps after that March board meeting, that would have put us, a council meeting, that would have put us in the market middle of April on the fastest possible track. And the rates that we have right now are actually comparable to the rates that we had back then, and only continue to get worse over the coming months, but have now come back down again. So we're hoping that the level off here or even get better and be able to continue to get better and better rates.
This trails off a question that Councilman Ellis asked of the auditor when they gave their audit report. And typically our audits were completed much earlier in the year than what they've been. And they weren't as completed in a timely as fashion as previous. Had they been, we might have been able to execute this in March as we might have been able to do in other years, because the audit would have been complete and we'd have been at the lower rates. Was that fair to say? Or we could be.
It could be.
Okay. So I just wanted to establish that. The other question I have is one of these, and this may be something you can't answer, so maybe it's something that legal does, but it seems to me that since Holstone's paying for not quite half of this, they're in at 10 million of 26 or whatever, they are paying a significant chunk, but they're going to be in at 4%, regardless of what we do, which means that to me, and you can explain this if I'm incorrect, what that means to me is the load on their $10 million that's in excess of 4%, whatever we end up with, if it's 5.5, the citizens of Fremont are going to pick up the difference between 4 and 5.5 on their 10, as well as we're going to pay for the other 16 at 5.5. Rather than at the 4.25 we might have been at back had we done this in March. Is that a reasonable characterization of what's happening here?
It is. I'm sorry. Are you finished?
Well, only to say that if that's the case, if you answer in the affirmative, my question really to legal counsel is, since we have to go to the market at a higher rate than what we originally discussed when we negotiated with Holstone at 4%, should we be readdressing Holstone for the fact that we can't deliver at 4% and we shouldn't have to foot the difference?
Yeah, we'll look at that.
Okay, thank you.
The analysis that I've done shows that based on the Holstone payment still to be received, we're able to finance about $9.3 million of the project. So yes, it is below the $10 million that they agreed to contribute to the project, except their payment started June of 21, July of 21. So we've received almost a year's worth of collections, which total up to $887,000 per year. So in actuality, if we combine the $9.3 million that they are essentially funding, yes, at a higher rate within this bond issue, if we add the $887,000, and I believe we have two more after the final payment that would be made on their tranche of the bonds, we would still receive 2 more months of transfers. So a little over $1 million of additional monies we will have received from Holstone that's not part of this analysis. So in reality, I think when we balance, yes, the higher borrowing rate on their tranche with the cash that they've contributed that isn't part of the financing, I think we get more than $10 million of benefit from their contribution. So I think we sort of blend down the borrowing rate by having essentially 10% of their contribution not going to the bonds, but going directly to the project.
I think I understand that, and they'll probably make that same discussion if legal approaches them for, you're in at 4, but you need to be in at something higher than, and they might say just exactly as you did. Yeah, but some of that's offset with here, so we shouldn't be at 5.5.
Right.
But they maybe shouldn't be at 4 either. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Ellis?
I just want to confirm that we did this in March. We could not go out for bonds because we were waiting on the audit report. And the audit report would have normally been in our hands by then, but it took several more months to get it to us. And that's why we're here today, pushing this through, stopping the 3 or doing the 3 readings and tonight to get everything through.
In fairness, I would say that even if we had started and worked on our normal pace of drafting the documents, getting them off to the rating agency, preparing the offering for the competitive sale, that timing would have put us about at the middle of April at a time where interest rates are about where they are right now. So I think even if we had progressed at the normal pace of a typical financing for the city, we would have exceeded the 4.25% rate just because rates rose that much that quickly. And so I think it might be a little unfair for me to say that we would have been able to get this done if we'd had the audit earlier, because just the timing of the way things worked, we may have ended up in the same situation anyway.
So the audit was what the investors were looking for. And we don't know what's going to happen when they look at that audit, what price they're going to come back at.
Correct.
So it could come back at a higher rate than 5.5, and then you'd have to come back to us.
No, I would say that the audit itself is very favorable. I mean, your audited financial statements look great. The city is in terrific shape. You have a very appealing financing. And because of that, our combined utility financings have a rating of a AA- from Standard & Poor's, the 4th highest rating category that they have. So the city is in very good financial condition. The 21 audited financial statements look terrific. It's going to be a great story that we're telling investors. So it's not going to be the audit necessarily that's driving that. It's more just the general interest rate environment and what might happen over the next month before we get to market. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Keene? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, any additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion to introduce. Councilman Gibson.
So moved.
Councilman Legband.
I'll second that, but I would like to thank Jody and her staff. I think that audit showed how much work and time they put in, and we got a great audit. And as just stated, it helps the city in the long run because that audit looks so good and it's so favorable. So I will second that.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now introduce and hold first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5609 relating to the issuance of combined utility revenue bonds taxable series 2022 of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, to provide for an updated maximum true interest cost of bonds and to update the parameters of such bonds, and providing for publication of this ordinance in pamphlet form on first reading.
There is a Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to make the request to suspend the rules and move ordinance 5626 to the third and final reading.
Councilman Sukram.
I will second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5609 relating to the issuance of combined utility revenue bonds, taxable series 2022 of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, to provide for an updated maximum true interest cost of the bonds and to update the parameters of such bonds and providing for publication of the ordinance in pamphlet form on final reading.
Cast your final vote.
Mayor, the ordinance is approved 8-0.
Item 24, resolution 2022-132 of the city council of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, accepting and awarding the proposal of Insight Public Sector for a Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. Go ahead.
Okay. It's that time of year again where the IT Information Systems Department has to go out, and our Microsoft renewal is coming due for it's 3 years. So it's basically time for us to renew our Microsoft software licensing that we have with them. So in order to do this, we reached out to several different partners / resellers that we go through typically to get quotes for the different software applications that we require to essentially run the city's IT infrastructure, whether it's our email to production systems running really anything here in the building or at the warehouse that we have. So we worked with several of these partners to essentially look at what we currently have and what we project as growth here over the time frame of this 3-year agreement, as well as getting us to again some much needed updated, I guess, applications that will help us kind of going in the future, as kind of mentioned in here, Office 365, G3 Suite, which essentially will put a lot of our email and some of our other applications into the Gov Cloud, essentially, which is also used by the Department of Defense. It's a government cloud that is very secure. So again, being an SLTT as we are authorized to utilize the Gov Cloud and get a more secure solution for our email and communications that we have amongst the city employees and whomever else we're communicating with. So after all of the reviews and I guess evaluations that we did, looking at all the quotes that came in, Insight Public Sector was the vendor that came back with the lowest rate on all of the renewal of the applications and additional growth that we foresee in the next 3 years for the licensing that we're going to require in order to support the current infrastructure that we have, and again the growth of the infrastructure for the information systems department at this time. So again, cost is down there roughly $120,000 rounded up per year for this agreement. Again, that includes all of our current licensing that we have and what we need for potential growth, as well as our subscription for the Office 365 G3 Suite for our email, SharePoint, OneDrive, Microsoft Teams, applications that we currently really don't utilize in the city that will help us collaborate internally as well as externally with various different folks that we do collaborate with. So with that being said, I will, and it is budgeted for as noted down there. So with that being said, I'll stand by for any questions.
Councilman Ellis.
I'm so glad to see this. This is long overdue.
Yes.
I did it with my company 10 years ago. So with doing this, there will be less servers to maintain.
There will be currently an Exchange server that we will not be maintaining. That will be in the cloud.
Okay.
We had one SharePoint server that was used minimally, so that will be the other item that will not be maintained. But I can tell you, since I've been here, the Exchange server has kind of eaten our lunch. It's kind of a nightmare to manage. So giving this to Microsoft to manage that server and us just apply policy and create mailboxes, et cetera, for the employees is going to be great.
I look forward to this. It's very well needed by the city.
Yes.
Save us a lot of money and
Yes.
effort.
Me too. Thanks.
Councilman Vaughn.
I think I've just found it in the nomenclature here, but it does extend to mobile devices. Is that correct?
It can, yes. Yeah. So, and part of this that you guys will see from a city council perspective. So
There is a G3 and a G1 suite that they offer out there. G3 is going to provide all of our Microsoft applications that we're going to install on our desktops, et cetera. As far as city employees, there is you'll see a G1 suite that was also annotated in there, and that's going to be for folks like the city council and those that don't have the Office applications, but will actually be able to log in securely and access basically these applications via the web, right? So it will provide that level of benefit there, and we're still working towards other ways of authentication that makes it simpler for you guys as well. And hopefully this will help with that as we're looking at it. But yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'd take additional comments from council or a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Sukram,
If there's no more discussion from council, I'll make a motion for resolution 2022-132.
okay, Councilman Yerger.
Second motion.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Councilman Gibson,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone. And city council, I think you need to sign something. Tyler has something for you to sign.
Regards to the bonds, we could stop and sign this before you leave. Yeah, the top one's right there. Thank you very much. Just not on the mayor's line, the one below.
Oh, I want to do the mayor.
Your beer? I got it. Oh, you gotta sign something. Yes, sir.
Okay. Here. Oh, that's fine. Your pen is fine. Here's a pen if you need one.
Strength's not there. Wait.
Oh, yeah. Good to see you, Berm.
See ya.
Thanks, guys. Downside is.
Oh, fantastic.
Go to these things.
All right. Thank you. Feel better.
Okay, anybody else here?
I think these two folks.
Good to see you guys.
Thank you.
Tyler, look at that. Jeez.
That's what's bad. That's another good reason I shouldn't have signed. Then they catch me in the parking lot.